Oh, we're drafting right now.
All right, guys, welcome to the Gosu Cup. It's the first one of the week. Joining me on the cast is Defzy. How's it going, man?
Hey, Aquablood. Hey, guys.
So, to start things off, we have JC Tirif going up against Fatality. And JC Tirif, if you guys don't know him, he is a player from India. Probably one of the best Southeast Asia players that I know of. I've casted him in the GosuCup HCT a couple of months ago, and he was a great performer, but he's also the priest specialist for the Tempo Storm meta snapshot, so a lot of potential coming from this player.
Wow, so explain to me exactly what a priest specialist means in Whispers of the Old Gods, Aquaplood.
It means someone who likes losing a lot. No, I'm being harsh. I guess it's someone who's just committed a lot of time to the priest class before Whispers. I mean, Zetalot is a good example of this.
Yeah.
Noxious, maybe not. I'm not too sure about Noxious anymore, but he was an Anduin supporter through a lot of his career, and Amaz once upon a time as well. So, as for Whispers, Priest hasn't really done much since DreamHack Austin.
Yeah, so I'm actually quite interested to see if he's going to bring priests, and if he does, then what priest is he going to bring for us?
Yeah, I wonder if he is going to bring the N'Zoth standard. Maybe he's going to try some dragons out. I'd be interested to see if he does what I decided to try and do once and put N'Zoth and dragon together to make a union that should work, but didn't really work out for me. But
yeah.
These guys are ready to go. We got some classes for you guys. It looks like Fatality is running a Rogue Hunter Mage. Just drop that down. And as for Tirif, let me ask what he is.
Rogue?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, okay.
So a Hunter, Shaman, Warrior coming from Tirif. So
no priest.
No priest for the priest specialist. So interesting.
Feels bad, man.
But the thing that, as we were discussing, priest is kind of in a weird spot right now, isn't it? It's not exactly a top tier deck. Probably the bottom tier class in the game right now. And I wouldn't bring it to an open community cup. You want to bring stuff that has a bit more consistency. Yeah,
I think so. Every once in a while, since it's Hearthstone, you can cheese out a game with priest, but overall, priest win rates are generally pretty low in the meta right now.
Let the hunt begin.
So Shaman and Hunter coming up. Just waiting for an invite from Fatality, and there we go. So game number one, guys, of the day. JC Tirif going up against Fatality, and it's our good old favorite Shaman going up against a very popular mid-range Hunter.
What an exciting world we live in, right? Where priest is bottom tier and shaman is widely regarded as the top tier class.
Yeah, they kind of shaman got invited to the party, and they were like, "Just leave Anduin. We don't want to give him an invite. We have to invite Thrall. That's worse enough. That's worse enough. We don't want two of them." Poor Thrall and Anduin. You know, they really suffered during some of the early life of Hearthstone, and we have a spectator bug already. Wow. So let me sort this out, guys, because this is going just bonkers. Good old spectator client, not letting us down. But yeah, I don't know. I think Shaman has kind of earned a place in the top tier over time, and I think Priest has to an extent, but they haven't quite found it yet.
Yeah, I think so. For the most part, you know, we can kind of think about the rotation to the introduction of standard really hitting priest really hard. You know, we lost Light Bomb and other key cards for priest, while shaman just got a plethora of tools added to their arsenal.
Okay, so let's see if this works now. Wouldn't be a GosuCup without a spectator issue, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So things are already kicked off. I'll see if we can get back in. So here we have it. So as you can see, things have already escalated quite far. It looks like Tirif has lost the board to Firebrand and Kindmaster, kind of taking care of whatever he had. This turn though, he can set Doomhammer, but he's going to tank 4 damage and an additional damage from the Fiery Bat's effect. What do you think? Do you go for the board presence with the Tuskar Totemic maybe, or do you want to go get that Doomhammer down now?
I think that you want to get the Doomhammer down now, just mainly because if you play one of the 3 drops, you have to hero power with it, and it's not really that strong. And if you want to, say if something happens to your Tuskar Totemic and it doesn't trade on the board, the next turn you're gonna have to tank the Fiery Bat with Doomhammer anyways.
Maybe looking for spell power then to go for a Lightning Storm. I think if that was Taunt Totem and Tuskar rolled the Flame Tongue, it would have made things a little awkward with trading. But even then, you could even just run Houndmaster into the Taunt Totem, then the Fiery Bat can take care of the Totemic. But just going for card draw here, finds a Rock Biter, maybe to go along with that Doomhammer a little bit later. But Tundra Rhino is going to come down, and if you don't answer this guy, he's going to cause some chaos.
Tundra Rhino, what an interesting card, because this card hasn't really seen play since like Classic. I'm not even sure if it saw play in Classic, but...
Do you know the only time I've seen this card played in competitive is with Reynad? And it was a DreamHack, the DreamHack that Gara won. And
that's right.
What he did, like, to find lethal was he played... he like played high main down with a Leok and a Tundra. He hit face and kill commanded his own high main to get 6 damage from the 2 hyenas because the kill command wasn't enough. So like next level kind of Tundra Rhino play. Then we never saw him again. That was the end of Tundra Rhino.
Yeah, it's such a powerful card, but in a faster, I mean, in a way, well, in the past you were able to deal with it quite easily, but I guess it's pretty hard to kill 2/5s these days. That's why everyone's putting like Stampeding Kodos in the deck.
Yeah, Kodo became a very popular inclusion. But here comes a Totemic, dropping that Taunt Totem. Going to make a little bit of protection, but now the board is nice and full, making this deadly shot a little awkward.
So it's really interesting when we saw Tirith pass on the Doomhammer, Doomhammering the Fiery Bat, and he just went for the Manatide Totem, which I think was actually my last option, the last option I would have went with. But it seems to have worked out with him now, since he's on a relatively healthy life total with pretty good board if he can pick up any sort of buffers.
Well, Primal Fusion could have some impact in combination with the Manatide and the Hero Power. It's only going to be +3/+3. No overloads as well, so the Tunnel Trog won't get powered up unless he uses the Doomhammer. But he can use the Doomhammer and the Hero Power and the Primal Fusion together. So do you think there's something... Like, this high main's a problem. You're going to have to deal with it. But the hyenas pose as much of a threat as well.
Ooh, Taunt is pretty good for him here. He just wants to save a bit of damage to his face. So maybe his idea... Maybe his thought process to play the Manatide earlier was that he's trying to find a Hex for an upcoming high main, but at this point he maybe figures that even if he plays his Manatide Totem to find an answer to the high main, he's going to be too far behind the board if he doesn't start racing now.
I do like this play from him, clearing up the 1/1s with the hammer, but now Fatality picks up that Unleash the Hounds off the top. It's going to have a major influence on this board, summoning 5 Hounds to allow him to clear this pesky Taunt Totem, handle, say, the Tunnel Trog as well, and then push another 6 damage to face with the high main. I think this is a big swing card. Yeah,
I think it's so brutal because, you know, many lists right now aren't running Unleash the Hounds to begin with, since it's not very good against a lot of classes, like, say, like, if someone brings Freeze Mage, or if you're bringing Control Warrior, or even
Miracle Rogue.
Druid, yeah, Miracle Rogue. It's just a dead card against so many classes, but ripping it off the top here at the point when Tirith has the most minions on board is pretty unfortunate.
And Wellplayed's already coming out. There is a Hex found off the top to deal with the high main, but being at 8 health as a Shaman against a Hunter is never a good thing. That Hero Power is going to just destroy you over the next few turns. So he can't even Hex and Hero Power, so he has to hope that the opponent doesn't have 3 damage, but we see the Eagle Horn Bow in hand from Fatality. So he goes for the Hex on the high main, so I guess it's Rock Bite, it's like Ancestral Knowledge, Rock Bite, Lava Shock, no, Lava Burst, something. Like, there's no real win here, but Tirith is going to try, and this is going to be the end of his Shaman. And Rexar takes the win for Fatality in a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, that's quite interesting because maybe the game would have been different if he just played the Doomhammer on 5 and then followed up with a Manatite Totem that he could protect. But then that line would have taken a lot of life away from him. So the game would have been totally different, but something interesting to think about.
I mean, he would have taken 5 damage from the Fiery Bat, including its Death Rattle effect. But then again, he went for the kind of all-in plan, like, I'm going to have to just try and burst him down before he kills me. If he had figured out that game plan maybe a little earlier and then developed the Doomhammer in that spot, maybe that would have catered more to that game plan, allowing him to use the Rock Biter he picked up a little bit later to maybe find that win. But the problem I think Tirith had was Unleash the Hounds. Unleash the Hounds just completely took that game for Fatality there.
Yeah, exactly.
So game number 2 going to come up. Hunter is gone for Fatality. Still a Rogue and a Mage, I think.
Yep.
Rogue and
a Mage, just fine.
So maybe the Freeze Mages of the Championship are coming out now. People are like, well, Freeze Mage is pretty decent. It was in the top 8 of a championship. Surely we can run it.
That's quite interesting because if that was Freeze Mage, then Tirith really wanted to match this warrior against the Freeze Mage.
Yeah, he wants to be able to take out the Freeze Mage. You get like a death win with the warrior, and then he has like the Hunter and the Shaman a little bit later. It looks like a Death Rattle Rogue coming from a Fatality though. We see Kane, Bloodhoof in the hand. We also saw a Journey from Below in his mulligan as well, so we're gonna have a little bit of fun with this one, guys. Unless it's Sonny's Death Rattle Miracle Rogue, which you saw from last week.
Yeah, what do you think about double preparation? Because traditionally an Enzoth Rogue is very minion and board centric with not many spells that you can target with preparation. So I don't really quite understand what these preparations tell us about Fatality's deck.
Unless he's going for Prep Sprint as his draw condition. Like he could, because Gadget Zan fills up two minion slots. And they don't, like the Gadget Zans ultimately don't do anything for the deck as a Death Rattle Rogue, whereas Sprint is just a spell.
Yeah.
So I think maybe it's a sprint-based Enzoth Rogue. We'll have to see a little bit more, to be honest. We're just speculating here.
Yeah, that's quite interesting because the first thing that I noticed was that Fatality is a golden rogue, so that means that he knows what he's doing, right? He's put in the hours to get this golden rogue, so he's definitely not just putting preparation in there because he thinks it's a powerful card, right?
Going through his list, this is a good card. I'll put this.
Yeah, this is a good card. This is a good rogue card.
But now from Tirith, he's already managed to clear up the early side of the board with the Fiery War Axe. Gets the Throbbing Berserker down with a second Armor Smith. So just kind of pumping out the board as much as possible. So maybe he's a little aware now that this isn't Miracle. And he's just going to commit as much as he can. But then again, on the flip side, rogues don't really have that Blade Flurry combo they used to have.
Yeah, and we see Boulderfist Ogre get put in Fatality's hand by the Huckster.
When you draw this card, deal 1 damage to your opponent's minions. So yeah,
no.
Boulderfist...
To your own minions. To only your own minions.
Oh, it was like, oh yeah, it was like that card. They were like, this could be Patron-esque, but it didn't really work out. It's so situational.
It's really bad. If it's a whirlwind for everything, it would be reasonable, but...
Speaking of whirlwinds, Ravaging Ghoul picked up. Probably not going to see much go on with it yet, but look at this. Tirith putting on the pressure, the Fatality, nothing on board until Kane gets a pop-up here. But the momentum is already in Tirith's favor.
To rule the Horde.
Yeah, so I would assume that this is just maybe a deck with double gadgets in, and the preps are just in there to help cycle with maybe Shadow Strikes and stuff like that.
Nice battle rage there.
Yeah, really good battle rage. So I was talking to Board Control, who is one of the advocates and one of the people who made Tempo Warrior popular in the first place, and he thinks that this matchup is almost an auto win for Warrior, for the Tempo Warrior, just because usually you put on so much pressure that the Rogue can't actually can't really put pressure on you in return.
Yeah, it's kind of a deck that is just too fast for Rogue. It has so much pace with the Crocons, and everything they drop from kind of 4 onwards is a threat. So Crocons need to be answered, Bloodhoofs need to be answered, even Frovins. Frovins are very dangerous. So the power of Tempo Warrior is having a constant amount of dangerous threats. And if Rogues are investing resources into just managing the board all the time, they never really set up a situation where they can go for a combo win, which is a big issue for a combo deck.
Yep. But one of the ways that pretty much any deck can actually contest with Tempo Warrior is by playing Karen, Bloodhoof, and Sylvanas, because those 2 cards are pretty much impossible for Tempo Warrior to deal with.
They have to just deal with the effects. The death rattles can happen. They just have to try to control the death rattles as much as possible. I'm surprised we haven't seen kind of any tech Spellbreakers.
Yeah. That's actually a good idea. Another thing I was kind of thinking of is that maybe Blood Warriors or Blood Brothers.
Oh, okay. Blood Brothers. That'd be an interesting tech.
Kind of it's kind of like the Warriors Echo of Medivh, right?
But speaking of Tempo Warrior, I'm starting to believe this isn't Tempo Warrior anymore. These cards in hand indicate a patron.
Yeah, the Wild Pyromancer suggests that as patron, so which is quite interesting because since the meta has moved away from AoE so much, mainly because patrons have not been popular and Tempo Warrior's been popular, that actually makes the patron warrior good again.
And that's the nature of a meta game. Things become good, counters are made, and then things that counter the counter become good, and then you just go round in a circle. Really
interesting. So, do you think we're gonna see a Wild Pyromancer here? I think, because we can, yeah. I guess it's just a frothing is better, and you can execute that. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, he gets the little bit of a damage boost on the Frothing as well with the Inner Rage and the Clear on the Thalnos. And this is the situation we were talking about earlier. Now, Rogue's in the same spot where the board is full of threats.
Yeah, and while the Warrior's at 38 life because of double Armor Smith.
And the answers Fatality have right now are double prep, and that's not going to do a lot. He needs to pick up something a little bit extra, another minion. So these preps have just not really done anything at all.
Awful.
And you discussed at the start, like, how to prep in this style of deck, and this is just kind of a situation where prep is just terrible and would maybe even be tempted to cut it sometimes.
Yeah, I think so, and this should be lethal. This is probably like 10 damage over lethal, so...
Yeah, Frothin's gonna grow up huge here. No patrons in sight, but JC Tirith is going to be able to take a win here. Tying the series 1-1 against Fatality with his Tempo Warrior.
What a balanced card. 3 mana, 17 damage.
Yeah, it's fine. You know, it's only over half your health. You still have the other half left, right? If he hits you from 30.
It's true. And BGH... Oh wait.
Yeah, that old guy. Poor dwarf went into retirement a little too early, I think.
Yeah, but... So 1-all.
Yeah, Tirith kept making a comeback with that warrior. He still has a shaman and a hunter left. And I expect Freeze Mage from Fatality because he's running Rogue. And if Rogue and Mage come together, it's usually Freeze Miracle. However, Fatality isn't running Miracle, he's running a N'Zoth. So, N'Zoth Mage? Could it be?
N'Zoth Mage? Yeah, it could be. The first N'Zoth Mage. Oh, even maybe with Ronin? Ronin, and then you bring it back with N'Zoth. Would be interesting.
And then you play a million Arcane Missiles with Flamewaker.
And you play Anomalous so that you can bring it back and so you can wipe your own board after N'Zoth.
Sounds like a dream. But Fatality, his opening hand gave some information about its deck. Double Gadget Sand. So... That is interesting. Where is he finding space for all these death rattles?
Yeah, I think the concept is that you're actually not running many death rattles. You're running two journey from belows, and you're running like blood mage and just pretty much the normal death rattles, and then you just have Enzoth in there as a finisher. So
A very slow finisher.
yeah, very slow finisher. I think it's quite interesting. It's good against maybe if it was a hyper controlled meta, but as we were saying before, it feels kind of like a tempo meta. Somewhat.
To be fair, Hearthstone is usually a tempo-based game anyway. In a meta game, I find we've had a lot of meta games where tempo has been the way you win like matches and sets. I don't feel like the N'Zoth package in the Rogue of this style doesn't really suit me. I think you do one or the other, right?
I think so. Yeah, because if you think about it, sometimes you can't really beat Cthulhu Warrior without N'Zoth, because the normal Leroy combo doesn't deal enough damage past a double Ancient Shield Bear and some shield blocks. But you know, the meta on the ladder is entirely different than what the meta is in a tournament, because even though we see a bunch of Cthulhu Druid and Cthulhu Warrior on the ladder, it's not that popular in tournaments.
Yeah, the Cthulhu Druid did pick up a little bit last week on Friday. We did see, I think, like 2 or 3 of them, but they just got wrecked, if I remember rightly. So
yeah,
maybe the people from the GosuCup last week are like, well, Druid didn't really work, so let's try something else.
Darn it, AK Wonder making me think that Cthulhu Druid's good.
Yeah, AK Wonder starting a little trend there. It looks like Vitality's trying to weigh up, is it worth investing a coin to maybe get an SI7 out as well? To like just maybe snipe off the 1-1, but it looks like he can actually use a prep this time. Not going to sit in his hand, going to deal with this infested ball, and can clear it all up, which is very good against Hunter. So you don't want that Houndmaster coming down and ruining your day.
Yeah, so Tirith actually got a lot of information after he saw the preparation, so now he has to kind of be weary of Gadgetzan Auctioneer, so he might actually play a bit more aggressive than he previously would, just because I don't know, I mean the thing is, with N'Zoth in the deck, the Rogue has inevitability, so you do want to try to finish him out before N'Zoth or Gadgetzan go off.
Yeah, and Hunter's one of the best classes to do that with the steady shot hero power, just piling on damage, but it looks like Vitality's starting to take control of this game. It gets the SI7, Elkia, developer Farseer taking himself right back to the full, and now we're in a situation where we have quite a bit of power on board.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, the build that Tirith decided to go with. He has double Unleash the Hounds in his hand and Savannah Highmane, so this is not really the usual build we see, just because, as you said before, Unleash the Hounds, it's not very good against a lot of the control decks or decks like this, the Miracle Rogue. So
it's good against Shaman and Zulok.
Zulok.
So I guess they are 2 very popular decks, but the meta still has a very strong layer of diversity at the moment. So it's very hard to just tech for a specific deck. Unless there's just a deck running. I guess Shaman's pretty much the only one, right, that you can tech for 100% most of the time.
I think so, yeah. And this is quite interesting. We were talking about how Tirith has to put on the pressure, but he's down to 14, and he's pretty much losing the board now.
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure coming from Fatality. You don't have to use the Hounds now to just try and clear up some of this stuff. Probably see a deadly shot to go behind this last Hound and push a little bit of damage. The one thing Tirith to do on last turn is just instantly drop the Highmane. So if there was a sap from Fatality, I think that would have just taken him out of the game. So he was lucky there was no sap, and he's managed to keep this Highmane on board.
Yeah, this is the reason why a lot of people choose to cut sap, just because, or sorry, they choose to cut Highmane because against mid-range Shaman they have Hex, against Rogues they have sap, and without that you don't really have a target for either of those cards in your deck.
And it's one of the things that Hearthstone cards need to do in a tempo-based meta especially is have instant impact.
Yeah.
High main doesn't. Kodo does, for example. And to an extent, most on the high main, Stranglethorn Tiger does. It's stealth. It can't be answered. It's going to do something. High main, on the other hand, may never do anything. It might just be sapped or X. So it's understandable that why players like Crane cut high main out from his championship decks completely, just because of how popular Rogue and Shaman have been in this metagame.
So normally on turn 8 you would play the Kodo, but here he's just gonna try to control the board a bit more, maybe get some more minions out before he Call of the Wilds.
I like this though, he's putting a lot more damage on board. The Leok's gonna buff this board up to about 13, with the Huffer as well is going to push an additional 5, but now Gadgetzan's going to start rolling a lot of 1-cost cards in hand. He also has a prep to start things off. We'll allow that Shadow Strike to take out the Kodo at least, and there's a Sap as well, so that's going to be able to shut down this high main and bring the board back into Fatality's favor if he goes for it.
That's actually pretty crazy because if nothing was done to the board, Tirith was actually one off with Call of the Wild, I believe.
So he was so close to winning, but Sap is now going to ruin this Hunter's day. He finally got his foot back in the door, and the door is closed again. Oh, yeah. Backstab off the top as well to clear up the Fiery Bat.
Yes. You know, a lot of players, when they first start playing the game, they don't understand a card like Sap, right? Because inherently, Sap is card disadvantage. You use a card to bounce one of your opponent's minions, but they still get to keep that card. So the thing that you actually gain is the tempo from them using the mana on the card that you sapped.
And the higher the cost of the card, the more value you get from the sap. Yeah, and it just goes to show how powerful removing something from the board, regardless if it goes to hand or in your deck from Entomb, it has a lot of impact on the game overall. But the Gadgetzan train's going to keep on going here. A lot of these little toxins coming from Xarel. He has damage, he has attack buff, he has a bounce as well.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because as we can see here, it doesn't seem like the Enzoth is really going to do anything. So it might just be better, or the matchup would have been over if Fatality was just playing a normal Miracle Rogue.
Yeah, you're kind of right there. The most influence the Enzoth had was just getting 2 Xarels on the board and getting lots of 1-costs. Yeah. But if you look at his hand now, the 1-cost spells weren't the major influence on what he drew. It was the preps and the saps into Shadow Strikes, etc. So ultimately, the Enzoth package didn't have a tremendous influence.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
This
so
should be lethal, right?
Yeah, it just looks lethal. He has an Eviscerate and the 2 damage toxin as well.
And there we have it. So 2-1 to Fatality, and taking a lead in the series once again. Hunter going down, and it looks like it's just the Mage left for Fatality. So we'll have to see if the N'Zoth Mage dream will be there.
Yeah. So again, in this tournament, the players don't know each other's deck lists. They only know each other's classes. So if he thinks that it's Freeze Mage, pretty much either his Hunter or his Shaman are actually good against Freeze Mage, I think. Maybe Hunter's a little bit better?
Yeah, I agree. I think this is probably a spot Tirith is not too concerned about. I mean, the issue is Freeze Mage can have these blowout games where they just get the perfect hand. And But any deck can do that, really. So he's now left with 2 matchups, which Freeze Mage can struggle with the pressure that these decks can build. So I think the only issue that Tirith will have is probably with the Shaman, because it looks like a slower variant. It's not running the Argent Horse Riders or the face package per se.
Yeah, sure. Oh wow, so he actually mulliganed the Fiery Bat. That's quite interesting, because you would think that you don't care too much about the opponent using their hero power on 2, but he wants just something a bit stickier, mulliganing for a second 2-drop.
I think another thing he wants as well is he wants double 2-drops, right?
Yeah.
You know the Firebat's going to get pinged, so you might as well throw it and try and find the extra 2-drop where he has to now use a Frostbolt instead, so expending one of his resources to deal with the early pressure.
So if we assume that both Terrace Hunter and mid-range, or both his Hunter and Shaman are favored against Fatality's Freeze Mage, then I think that Fatality is actually the one that's in trouble, right?
Yeah, I agree. So now we've seen 2 pieces of removal. Leok's the worst there. You definitely wanted Misha or Huffer, but
Never Huffer.
we're in a situation now where Fatality actually has more of a breathing room because of the Leok. If it was a Misha, it'd be a little bit more troublesome because now he just goes to the ping on Leok, and the next turn, unless this Loot Hoarder is answered with some form of removal, which, as you can see, Turf is protecting his Leok. He's very invested in it. Could have been some kind of a breathing room for Fatality.
Yeah, and again, this is another matchup where we see the double Unleash the Hounds is pretty much dead.
Yep.
Pretty much dead.
Unleash the Hounds, that one Doomsayer.
Yeah. And, you know, sometimes that is the one damage that the Hunters need, but it's not really the way it's... Yeah, it's just not very good. Not very good.
So, skill command.
Another dead card here, Freezing Trap.
I personally don't run any traps in Hunter. I'm a person who loved the luxury of Mad Scientist. Now that luxury is gone, I'm not willing to invest in playing them myself. I had a little scientist who did it for me.
Okay, yeah. Now it's like no value, right?
No value, yeah. I'd just rather run some more guys. Flame Jugglers, potentially, but Acolyte Pain can be pinged here.
I'm quite interested. Yeah.
What do you think you should do here? He's already at 16, and Leok is sticking to the board. And you see, I saw how much he invested in this Leok.
I think it's quite interesting because now Fatality plays into exactly this card that was drawn. Zampini Kodo.
Massive Kodo.
Nice, another bug. Yes, we love it.
Mega Kodo.
But so this is kind of why I was interested on turn 4 when Fatality chose to just play the Loot Hoarder. I think that was actually the optimal time to play the Acolyte of Pain, even though you don't guarantee the ping. The worst thing is that it gets deadly shotted, but then again, deadly shot is also one of the best answers to your Doomsayer.
Another thing is, Forson's done his job now. He's reduced your hands. He's reduced the hand cost. It didn't hit anything too fantastic, unfortunately. He gets to play the early Alex. I guess that's the most important thing. But he didn't have like a wealth of cards which were hit by the Forson. But at least you're demanding an answer. And Deadly Shot is the perfect lineup here, I think, for it. Unless he's just gonna hide behind the Freezing Trap.
I actually don't hate this line either. But the problem is that it doesn't set up lethal.
Yeah, you don't have... Actually, no, you do have lethal with the Kodo, because it's going to get buffed by the Leok off the Call of the Wild.
Ah, sure. Okay. Yeah, so 4 + 5 would be lethal. Oh, yeah, you're right.
So now you're demanding an Ice Block, because the problem is now, there's nothing for Fatality to react to on board. I mean, he could do a preemptive Ice Lance to stop an Eaglehorn Bow. But it might just be Alex's own face here, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting actually. Yeah, so I guess Alex on face. Okay, yeah, or Fireball that works as well, though it's a bit less efficient on the mana.
So if you Alex your own face, so if you make the read that this is Freezing Trap, you Alex your own face. It costs 8, right? So this is a little bit of technical know-how that I'm not familiar with. If you hit the Freezing Trap as an 8-cost Alex, does it bounce back to a 10-cost, or does it go to an 11?
I think it goes to 11, yeah.
So it's 11 anyway, so...
Yeah.
So keeping the Alex for the Freezing Trap's not really going to work out. But this line from Fatality is kind of more of an all-in play.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. So he's pretty much forsaken the offensive Alexstrasza, and he decides that he's going to use it defensively. But in a way, it doesn't really work because he's going to have to Flame Strike this.
Yep, good old Flame Strike.
Actually, maybe Alexstrasza yourself, and then Frost Nova is the best play, right? And then you can Flame Strike it next turn. Oh, wow, and then if the Emperor Thorson lives, then you can actually freeze your Alexstrasza to have it discounted at the end of the turn.
Oh, yeah, that's really good. So it doesn't bounce back to your hand with this previous discount, but you can get the discount again. So
Yeah, exactly.
that's very smart stuff.
Oh wow. Is it worth even tracking here? Because I was wondering if Unleash Infested Wolf and just Hero Power would have been better. Because Unleash the Hound's pretty bad in this matchup. At this point, if you don't play it, then it's going to be a dead card pretty much.
Ooh, that is a huge investment there. Not playing around Flame Strike at all, so just kind of going all in here.
Oh.
This is just brutal.
Yeah, really interesting lines that that Turth took, but as we see now, Fatality does have the Flame Strike. He is gonna get punished, and oh, he doesn't choose to bounce his Alexstrasza. I guess he doesn't need to at this point, right? Just 8/8 is good.
Yep, just punch through with the 8/8. Deadly Shot is going to answer it. There's going to be an opportunity for Tirith to rebuild the board, because now Fatality's kind of top decking in a way, because
Yeah.
you know, Forreston doesn't have any kind of damage in impact at all.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was surprised to see the Thorson get bounced, because if he bounced Alexstrasza, then he could once again heal his own face, and then he still has a 5/5 on board. So I think maybe he valued the 3 to 6 damage that the Alexstrasza could have done, an extra 3 to 6 damage over the Emperor Thorson, more than his heal to his own face with his secrets up.
I guess he's forcing his opponent to play a little bit more reactively now, because he needs to protect his own life total from a 5/5.
Sure.
And then Fatality maybe are thinking, like, if I just draw damage off the top, I'm just going to win in 2 turns. And he still has an ice block to punch through and an ice barrier.
Yeah.
So I think Fatality just initiated a race with this Hunter. That's his plan.
So he didn't get punished for not using the Unleash the Hounds. Unleash the Hounds for 2 would have been the same as if he used it earlier.
Oh, great pickup there. Intellect off the top, so going to be able to draw additional cards to get reduced by Forreston. Just needs those spells. Pick us a Roaring Torch. Double Roaring Torch. That's it.
That's it.
So Fatality is going to be going through to the next round off the back of an Arcane Intellect, picking up those double torches, and the Priest Specialist from Tempo Storm Meta Snapshot is taken out. No Priest inside.
Yeah, I guess even though no matter how favored a matchup is for you, Freeze Mage can just do Freeze Mage things.
Good old Freeze Mage things, right? So Fatality goes through to the next round. Let's take a quick look and see who his potential opponents are. So Gook Boy is up above him, going up against Petco. So there's potential for Fatality and Gook Boy to play each other. We also have, who else is left in that we have Spirit Beaver going against Angry Chicken. What do you think wins, Rage or Spiritualism when it comes to these animals?
Wow. Both these names actually just remind me of childhood cartoons I used to watch on like Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon. But yeah, I actually don't know. I think in a fight, the beaver will win just because chickens can't swim.
Yeah, he's an angry chicken as well, so he's not exactly got his head on straight. Spirit Beaver's in touch with himself, and he knows how he's going to win this battle. Whereas Angry Chicken's playing face Shaman, face Hunter, face Zoo, face Paladin, and just going for it. Who else have we got? So that's like a lot of these names. I've seen Racket play before, but a lot of the other names I'm seeing are players who are kind of new to me. They might have entered a few other cups, but they haven't progressed as far as some of the kind of locals we know about, like Nazgul, Seema's gone, Tor the Borer has gone as well. Who else have we had?
We had Nine Nerds, who did very well in the last two, pretty much in the last 2 weeks he's played, but he got knocked out in the first round today.
Yeah, he's been knocked out. Just having a look. Green Sheet Lashava's gone as well.
Yeah.
Who's a finalist from last week. And Freake and Powder, these guys have been knocked out quite early. So maybe a potential for Gook Boy to become a 2-time GosuCup champion. We haven't had one just yet, so there's a lot of potential there. We'll have to see how he does in his current game, and is he going to progress to play Fatality? So I guess we're going to go into the next round. So round of 8 coming up, guys. We have Racket and Tactical already playing, Arkham and Poutine already playing. So I guess the next game is going to be Mr. Clowny going up against either the Angry Chicken or the Spirit Beaver. So we'll bring that game to you guys very soon. So don't go anywhere. We will return very shortly, hopefully with that game, and we'll see who's going to come up. So stay tuned, guys. Hey guys, so it seems that Angry Chicken or Spirit Beaver might just only be starting their set as 1-0 according to the bracket. However, they could just be putting in the results for their game. So we potentially could have Mr. Clowny coming up against one of the winners of that match. However, if they've just begun that game, I'll look to go to a different match to get you some Hearthstone action as soon as possible. So if you just stick around, I'll get the time and I'll keep you updated of what match is coming next. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be having more GosuCup coming to you very soon, and I'll get that sorted straight away. So thanks for tuning in, and grab a cup of tea, play some Hearthstone, and we'll see you soon. Alright guys, sorry for the delay in keeping you up to date what's going on, but the bracket is taking a little longer than expected, so we're going to be waiting a little longer for a match to become available. But the first match that does come up, I will be putting on stream as soon as possible. So I apologise for the delay. It's out of our hands. It's not something we can control. It's down to the players and how they play their matches. But thanks for sticking around, guys. I will bring you the next match as soon as we can, so stay tuned. Alright guys, welcome back to the GosuCup. So sorry it took long, but unfortunately it's out of my control. The bracket does as it pleases. It's an uncontrollable entity that doesn't want to cater to what I want and what we want. We just have to let it go and do what it wants. What do you, coming up next we have GookBoy going up against Fatality. We've already seen Fatality win against Tirith, a very strong player from the Asia Pacific region. Actually ranked 20 in Asia on the Gosu ranking, so a very high regarded player. But GookBoy is our previous champion, so maybe he will make the double, the first ever double win in GosuCup history.
Yeah, I actually have a lot of experience playing against Gookie Boy, and I played against him at Insomnia earlier this year, and he's a very solid player. And as we can see by his previous GosuCup performance, it's no surprise to see him make it to the round of 5.
And it looks like that Fatality's gone with his previous lineup. Tried and tested and successful.
Okay.
GookBoy, on the other hand, he hasn't told me because he's...
And his previous lineup was Rogue and the Mage, and then what was his third deck?
Rogue, Mage, and Hunter.
Okay, Hunter. Hunter's been really popular.
Yeah, Hunter is not a bad pick these days. Kind of have a... Hunter's like traditionally the class that can swing really hard if you get the good early game, and with some of the powerful additions from the old gods, it's definitely found kind of a new place in the overall Hearthstone meta game. But game number 1, guys, GookBoy is going to be going up against Fatality, and it looks like GookBoy is going to lead off with the Zulok and the Freeze Mage coming from Fatality.
Do we know the other decks that GookBoy is bringing?
We don't. He wasn't kind enough to tell me, but
Okay.
I can imagine it's going to be a Rogue, because we saw him pilot Rogue last week, and maybe a Shaman as well.
That's
but
quite
this
interesting.
But this matchup has been quite interesting throughout the course of Hearthstone, and I think Freeze Mage has adapted to these faster, aggressive decks with the inclusions of Forgotten Torch and kind of taken out Antonidas as a win condition.
Yeah, so in a way, it's like, okay, so how do you beat an aggressive deck? I guess you make your deck more aggressive is the approach that that players like Laughing has popularized, has done with Freeze Mage. He's made the Forgotten Torch list, as you mentioned, popular.
And Nyman actually piloted that list to some success, granting a spot in the BlizzCon finals. But here we go, the Zulok already taking a very early and dominant position, and Fatality's going to have to muster up some long-term removal plans to deal with the boards. Of Flame Strike's going to be great, but right now Frostbolt can definitely do some work. And it can even squeeze in a ping. There's quite a few removal options here.
Yeah, I think I like just clearing as many things as I can with the Frost builds and just ping. Oh, the Doomsayer. The Doomsayer is quite interesting. It does get... So you could Frostbolt and then Doomsayer. It gets cleared by Power Overwhelming, and then they can develop a 3-drop.
Maybe worth keeping hold of until you find a Frost Nova?
Yeah, I think so. I think just... Personally, I prefer the ping here.
I mean, the ping takes off the imp, so you leave 1 minion on board. Doomsayer is a little bit more powerful against Zoo than it used to be, with Iron Beak Owl kind of taking the hit from the nerf bat, and only very select players making that Crazed Alchemist tech. So I quite like his patience. He's still at 30 health, well, 28 now, and he has an ice barrier for the future. Just going to cycle an Arcane Intellect to start things off. Picks up a Blizzard, so now he has 1 combination ready. What do you think? Frostbolt needs to be used here, or do you just start pinging away at this guy?
Yeah, I think this is a point where you don't mind if the opponent starts developing the board because you have AoEs coming up, and it's pretty interesting because when you get to this caliber of play, you actually can get information by the way that the zoo positions their minions. So positioning the Dark Councilman on the left side of the Imp Gang boss tends to tends to be a better positioning for Defender of Argus, whereas the other way would be better positioning for Direwolf Alpha.
So you can maybe have an idea of what damage resources they have in their hand going forward. I like the Doomsayer here because it resets the board. It then allows Fatality to cycle his second intellect, drop his barrier, and then next turn, Goop Boy's going to have to replenish the board, and then Flame Strike's already lined up.
Oh, wow. What an excellent draw. So he pretty much needed... This is pretty much his only clean way to actually remove this. So he had 2 Abusive Sergeants and double Power Overwhelming, but you don't really want to Power Overwhelming a Doomsayer.
The one thing in Fatality's favor here is Blizzard does line up quite nicely on this board. It will chip down the Darkshire Councilman to 3 health, and then that sets up a Flame Strike for the next turn, and then that gives him 2 more draw opportunities to find a Frost Nova for that Doomsayer. Sorry, the Doomsayer's gone, but find, say, a Frost Nova Doomsayer, or maybe another Blizzard. He could be a little greedy here, maybe just go for the Forison, demand some damage on board, use to clear that. What do you think? Do you think the Blizzard's needed right now?
I think it's quite interesting because the Blizzard actually freezes everything. It even freezes the Imp that comes out of Imp Gang Boss. But I don't quite know what the best line here is. But I definitely don't want that Councilman to be attacking me in the face, because it's very likely that that thing will be attacking you for possibly even 8 damage.
Second Councilman will be a little awkward, actually, because the Flame Strike doesn't clean it out, and it's still, like you said, poses a massive threat to Fatality. He gets to play the Imp Gang Boss with it as well, so another durable minion coming to the board. Fatality's Flame Strike might just have to be lined up if he wants to clear the 6-3, although he does have a Frostbolt, so there may be a potential way he could just set up a barrier this turn and maybe just ping the 2-5, setting up the Flame Strike for next.
Ooh, I think maybe if in an Ice Lance, that would be an option, but I don't think that you can take this much damage from the Councilman's. So if he chooses to Flame Strike, 2 Imps will spawn, so the Councilman will be 4-5, and then there'll be 2 1-1, so that's 6 on board. I think it's quite difficult to say at this point, just because these decks are only running 1 Flame Strike, so it is a very valuable resource that you can only use once.
It's a big investment as well, because once you Flame Strike this board, like you said, there's no Flame Strike for another board that's built up. I actually don't mind just a Frostbolt ping on the other Councilman.
Yeah.
You will take a lot of damage. I think I would have preferred the barrier there over the intellect, because you already have the Frostbolt to make this play, and you would have just negated some damage output, but there's not going to be a lethal situation here for the Zulok, so this just sets up for the Flame Strike. But on the flip side, it does telegraph a Flame Strike, and a Defender of the Argus off the top makes things a little bit more awkward.
So you can either choose to tap here or play the Dark Peddler. I think I like the Dark Peddler more, just because now with the Argus, it's not a good Flame Strike anyways, so you can just commit a bit more rather than maybe dealing yourself damage, which is pretty relevant against Freeze Mage. We can see that there's not much damage in Fatality's hand, but Gook Boy doesn't know that.
I'm surprised if he commits the Flame Imp here,
Yeah.
because I think the Flame Strike was kind of told with that ping.
I really don't like that either. I think that because you have double Imp Gang Boss in the first place, right? And so in a way, upgrading a 1-1 to a so to give it +2/+1 stats to a 3-1 isn't really that great. So this plays around a lot, or this plays into a lot of things, right? Frost Nova Doomsayer, the second Blizzard, Flame Strike is already an issue.
I think Flame Strike is probably the best situation for Gook Boy here, because he keeps his Councilman, keeps his in-gang boss.
Yeah, and he can probably just push lethal after Flame Strike.
And the problem with developing the Peddler and the Flame Imp is the spawns from the Imp gang boss are not going to come down because the board's too full.
Exactly.
And it's not going to buff up your Councilman anymore. But now what do? You flame strike this board, for example, and then you just die. So is it just an ice block setup to just try and stay alive for a little bit?
He's looking for a Frost Nova. Oh my god, he gets it.
That is what he needed to stay in this game. So next turn, he has a ping ready for that Dark Shard Councilman. The board is now full.
Wow, esports. Jeez.
So what do you think of the tapping now? Do you tap anymore?
It's so hard to say because you don't know. Because they have, how many cards in hand? Is it 8 cards in hand? And you don't really know if... it's so hard to say. It's so hard to say, but what we can say is that Fatality is in an amazing spot right now. Next turn, he can hit the Acolyte in to the Councilman, or I guess he hits it into the Imp King boss, then Flame Strikes, and then pings the Councilman.
Yeah, that's a perfect ball clear now for Fatality.
Okay,
not picking up.
Not to tap, yeah.
I agree with that. You don't want to give the Freeze Mage any more ways to go for the Falnos Flame Strike. So this just keeps you the Acolyte as well. So there's more potential draws coming from the Acolyte, and now the Acolyte can fight on board too. So well played from Fatality there, just making use of that Falnos to clean up the board.
So it's quite interesting because if he didn't play the Flame Imp, then a 1/1 would be left over, which would actually give the draw to Fatality because he has the Acolyte. But I don't think that that's really something that you can consider at that point.
So just giving a lot of draws here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 overdraw. But now the board is filled back up, and he's gonna burn the Pyroblast. But
so he has no AoE in hand. Wow, can Gookie Boy actually come back from this because of this insane refill?
So double Ice Lance does 4 damage, 10 damage with the Fireball, 13 with the Torch. Yeah, it's not looking great. He could invest the Ice Lances into kind of stabilizing a Doomsayer. But it looks like he's just going full defense mode here.
If you go with a barrier, I think that you have to commit an Ice Lance. So I don't know if I like the barrier here. You have some other options. You could like play Emperor Thorson. You can even Fireball, Fireball, Forgotten Torch to face to maybe open up a lethal opportunity for next turn with a Frostbolt draw, with a Forgotten Torch draw.
I think that's what he's considering now. Does he go for an aggressive play to try and win the game, or does he try to stabilize? Maybe try and pick up another Blizzard for the Doomsayer? It's tough.
I think you need to Forgotten Torch the face. Okay, so he's gonna Ice Lance that. Okay. I think this is maybe not the optimal lineup play. Oh wow, double. Oh, so he's trying to get off a Doomsayer. Wow. So okay.
A Zulok needs 2 more damage.
And we
and
know...
there we go.
Yeah, we also haven't seen any power overwhelmings. We haven't seen the second Abyssal Sarge, and we haven't seen any Doom Guards or Leroy. So, oh, okay.
So I say he needs 2 damage. He draws Abusive. You say we've seen no Leroy, then Leroy shows up.
Seems good. Caster Curse is real.
It's in full effect right now, but this Doomsayer is going to be answered, and all that work Fatality put into defending himself is kind of negated by 1 draw off the Zulok, and it's kind of like you said, no Overwhelm's being used, no Abusive Sergeant's being used, no Direwolf's being used. It's a very easy draw for him to make.
Can't believe that he's actually running a second Flame Strike. That must be so tilting for Gookie Boy.
That is some next level deck techs there.
When was the last time you've seen the second Flame Strike in a deck, right? Because most decks are running double Blizzard and 1 or 0 Flame Strikes.
Maybe it's an adaptation to all the Zuloks and the Shamans in the world right now. And there we go, little doggy on his own. Not going to be able to do too much. And this gives Fatality an opportunity to just start throwing damage at the face, or just at the wall.
Wow,
I think that's a very passive play for considering how much initiative Fatality gained off that Flame Strike.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, Fatality had an opportunity then to just go, you know what? I'll, well, actually, on the flip side though, that free damage from the Forgotten Torch is an investment in force and dealing 5.
Yeah, yeah.
So it does actually work out. I do like it.
Wow.
Oh, Blizzard time.
So much AoE in this deck. I'm actually so surprised that there's this much AoE because, as we said before, the same reason why Unleash Hounds is not very good right now is just because not many decks swarm, right?
But Fatality is prepared for the Swarm if it shows up and takes a 1-0 lead over previous GosuCup champion, Bootboy. And actually, he's our reigning champion. He's not just a guy who's won it in the past. He won it last time.
Yeah.
So he has the potential to do the old double here. But not going too well at the moment, 1-0. I think Fatality managed to keep the board in check. And it's through the adaptation of his adaptation to the metagame with his freeze mage, putting in the extra flame strike, going for the Forgotten Torch build instead of the slower Antonidas build. And that worked out for him. But I think it did really come down to him getting that Frost Nova when the board was full.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because we see exactly why that matchup is so bad for the Warlock, especially after the introduction of Standard when all of the Nerubian Eggs and Haunted Creepers rotated out. But again, I'm quite surprised that he teched so hard for a matchup that's already considered pretty good, if that makes sense. Like putting another Flame Strike in there, running double Blizzard. So, he took the win with it, so he doesn't have to see that match again this series. And now both players are playing new decks, and it's a bit of reversal. It's a bit of a reversal, right? Because now it's Gookie Boy with the deck that's very good against the other deck.
Yeah, he's taking the Shaman up against the Rogue. It's not looking very aggro at the moment with that Lightning Storm, unless it's just like a little tech he's done into the aggro Shaman. However, the one thing with Fatality's deck, he's running the N'Zoth package within the Miracle Rogue, which is the second time we've seen this in the space of a week, which is interesting. But this means that Fatality's going to have a lot more minions to fight on board with.
Yeah, so do you backstab this here? It doesn't seem worth it, right? I think the Huckster is going to be better. Yeah, I like the Huckster.
I mean, the only thing that Flame Tongue Totem would do right now is if an Argent Horse Rider came down, right? And you could push extra damage. But on its own like this, it's not really going to do too much, unless maybe it pulls off a Taunt Totem.
So this line, you might be questioning this line, why doesn't he just play a 7/7, right? But if Fatality has a sap in hand, then in a way, I think Gookie Boy actually loses the game at that point.
Oh, speak of the devil.
The bit of the caster curse there, but yeah. You know, it's actually a big debate whether or not you play around the sap there, just because the Flame Wreath Faceless does get less impactful the longer the game goes on, but
he played around the sap and he was rewarded for it.
Yeah, rewarded for it, for sure. So next turn, he's going to be able to play Flame Wreath Faceless. If he draws a 1-drop minion or a 1-drop spell, he can save a 1/1 if he chooses. Oh wow, double Lightning Storm. I actually don't know what he's running then.
Well, double Lightning Storm will have more impact against this variation of Miracle Rogue than the traditional kind.
Yeah.
Because it's more minion heavy. But right now, not really what he wants to be seeing. He does get to play the second Faceless. So if he does get sapped, which he most likely will, Faceless can come down next turn because he's not overloaded. So again, Goot Boy can't try and plan in his plays and playing around that overload. So very smart stuff coming from him.
It's actually really funny because now that Blade Flurry has been nerfed, pretty much the only AoEs you play around against Rogue are Fan of Knives and Dark Iron Skulker. But as we see from the Huckster, we got a Lightning Storm. So Lightning Storm is really, really good against Shaman.
Oh, the old Azure Drake, Fan of Knives, prep Lightning Storm.
yeah. It must feel really bad, honestly.
We'll have to see if he utilizes it in a great way like that. We won't be seeing it come down just yet, but Lightning Storm will have a tremendous impact on the kind of totem part of the Shaman's game plan. You know, Tuskar Totemic generating 0/2, 0/3, sometimes 3/4s. But if Goot Boy ever gets into a situation where he's relying on his hero power to keep him in the game, Fatality's going to have that answer.
Wow, second sap drawn from Fatality. I think he's just gonna sap again. This is so much tempo that I think that Fatality can just pretty much win off of the back, off the back of a backstab or a preparation or a concealed draw next turn.
The
With
sad
the
thing,
with the Auctioneer, yeah.
the sad thing for Gook Boy here is if he commits another Faceless, the power on board is enough to just clear it, and then
Yeah.
he did nothing for 3 turns. So now he's just like, well, I can't play a Faceless if it's just going to get cleared. I can't play a Lightning Storm because I didn't roll the totem. So just goes for the Tuskar and does get a 3/4, so he gets one of the best options that come out from that minion.
Yeah, it's really funny because, you know, everyone is saying how strong the 4-mana 7/7 is, and I agree that it is a ridiculous card, but we see the downsides of it now. When you can actually deal with the 4-mana 7/7, it's actually a huge tempo loss because the 2 overload is a huge price to pay for the Shaman.
I mean, it's very similar to the old handlock rogue days, right? If they play Giant on 4 and you sap it, like, it's just like,
It feels horrible.
It's horrible.
Even sapping a Twilight Drake feels horrible too.
It's such a big tempo swing for the rogue. But here, look at this situation. Another 5/4 comes down. There is a Lightning Storm available. We'll have to see if he decides to roll for that Spell Power Totem, which will guarantee a clear on at least the 3/3 and the 5/1. Right now, the Lightning Storm alone doesn't do enough. And double Lightning Storm is a bit crazy. So he's just going to go, you know what, your sacks are gone. Double 7/7.
Okay.
Deal with this.
This seems... I understand what Gook Boy's thinking from this play, but you're almost out of threats from hand, and you have double Lightning Storm, so I almost would have rather just seen maybe a Lightning Storm and a single Flame Wreath Faceless come out there. Hope for the 50-50 on the Earthen Ring Fossier.
I actually prefer not committing the Lightning Storm at this point.
Okay.
Because I think the Lightning Storm might have a better impact in the future.
Yeah.
Like here, you've got a clear with Shadow Strike, so you can Shadow Strike, and you can use the 2 minions.
Sure.
It's not exactly optimal. I like that he's not going for the Shadow Strike play now, so he's just going for the coin. I think he's just going to go for the Lightning Storm.
Yeah,
regardless.
I think it's the Lightning Storm here.
I wouldn't mind it being kept though, just to be able to deal with a totem build up in the future.
Yeah.
But with a Phantom Knife in hand and getting a Drake Draw with the prep, he still has an answer to that situation if it arises.
Exactly.
So now the 4/4 is a problem. It's gonna really accelerate Fatality's win condition. He can't do double Lightning Storm, so he could go for the Spell Power Totem and then roll the dice, see if he gets that Lightning Storm he wants. Doesn't pick it up. So I think Feral Spirits are just better.
Is that better or just Tuskar? Because, so then, I guess if you play Feral Spirits now, that means you're somewhat committing to double Lightning Storm next turn, because otherwise you would, I mean, he also has the option to Rag next turn too, right?
That's true. I think that the one problem that Gook Boy is going to encounter is not only is this Gadgetzan drawing tons of stuff, he also needs to deal with N'Zoth.
Yeah.
And if double Lightning Storm does come down to answer this board state, Fatality's going to be in a position where he's just like, well, I'll just play N'Zoth, and then you have to answer this, and you can't, because you've used both your Lightning Storms, cackle into himself in his chair. So it's a really, really tough spot for Gook Boy.
Yeah, what do you think about Ragnaros in Shaman? This is not really a card that I've seen, that I've personally seen that frequently, if at all, in Shaman.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think it's a little slow for Shaman.
Yeah, I think so, because, you know, Doomhammer does 16 damage, Rag only does 8 to 16.
Maybe. Maybe
Yeah,
does
maybe.
8. I think the thing with Shaman, especially the mid-range variants, is that they want to be as fast. They want to be as fast as possible, because Tunnel Trog, Totem Golem, Tuskar Totemic, and the Faceless, they are some of the fastest early to mid-game cards in the game right now.
True, true.
And you want to play to that strength. And Thing from Below, again, another card that is a very fast card. So it's interesting that he'd go for something as slow as Ragnaros. And that Lightning Storm is perfect.
Yeah, but even with a perfect lightning storm, I don't think that Gook Boy can actually win this game. It depends how well Fatality can get on the board now, but I think if you just ends off, you had double Tomb Pillager, sorry, a single Tomb Pillager, I think, and a Huckster,
I think
and
there's a Falnos in there as well
yeah, and a
somewhere.
Balnos in there, which is pretty good. But does Fatality want to take a more reactive line, maybe?
I think you could just go Azure Drake into Fan, Dagger, clear the Flame Tongue Tome, or maybe if he picks up a prep, you can go prep, Fan into SI7 into Dagger, and then if that board gets answered, he just Nazoth straight after, and it's just like, what
wow, he's gonna eviscerate this. Okay, so he's gonna save the Fan of Knives, which is quite interesting. He has another Azure Drake in the deck somewhere, I assume.
I actually prefer this to the Fan of Knives because that totem alone isn't a threat.
Yeah, okay. I like that.
Because if he does Lightning Storm this board, you just drop this off next turn.
Yeah.
But Ragnarok's going to come down. Let's see how effective he's going to be. Kills the Azure Drake, so the best target there. What responses are there? I mean, Nazoth is a great response to rank just because
it puts minions on the board,
it puts minions on the board, so I actually just like Nazoth in here.
I think it's actually your somewhat of the only play because you haven't played around Hex yet. You haven't really had a good target for Hex.
However, if he does it this way, he does the same thing. Makes a lot of minions on board, and on the flip side, he gets also an extra Tomb Pillager on his Nazoth.
Wow. Okay, yeah. So this makes a lot of sense. So he's not pushing face damage, but he gets to put 2 damage on the Ragnaros.
He also has a 12/12 Deathwing in hand, which he can just play at some point and go, can you deal with 12/12? Hex it. Oh, okay. Can you deal with everything else I've resurrected? It's just, I think Gook Boy's in a matchup where he just has to clear boards constantly. Oh, that was brutal.
Yeah, it's quite interesting just because at this point the rogue should be maybe like, maybe almost dead, like maybe 10 health or less.
Oh, Fan of Knives and Prep are also a great answer here. He's going to be able to clear the board off the back of that. Maybe even develop another minion. Double Fan of Knives, so can Prep double Fan now and maybe just run the free one into Rag. It's a bit of a heavy investment. We'll see I think you should find out what he draws first.
It is a heavy investment, but he sees that Gook Boy only has 1 card in hand. He hasn't seen any hexes, hasn't seen Flame Tongue Totem, so it's pretty likely that one of these cards are Hex, Flame Tongue Totem, maybe Bloodlust, or the Thunderbluff Valiant. So one of those cards are pretty likely in the hand, which none of them really pose a threat.
Azure Drake, but not going to be enough, and that's a nail in the coffin of the Shaman. Rogue taking a win. And now it's just the Hunter that remains for Fatality. But right now, he is running a train on Gook Boy.
I can't believe it. Rogue beating Shaman in 2016.
With Nazoth.
Yeah, with ends off. Yeah, we were talking earlier how we thought it would be slower. It's too slow, but
it worked out.
Yeah, it worked out.
So game number 3, guys. Fatality on match point. Trying to book himself a spot in the semi-finals. Can Gook Boy do the reverse sweep to become a 2-time GosuCup champion? We'll have to see, because first it's going to be Zulok going against the Hunter. What do you think of these hands? Gook Boy's is not looking too bad at all.
No, it's not too bad, but, you know, one of the worst matchups for Hunter is actually Zoo. I think Zoo is actually the worst matchup. And so Gook Boy bought his Zoo to try to get a bit more momentum back in the side, and Fatality's hand looks pretty okay against Zoo. He has to Unleash the Hounds. He has Coin Animal Companion if he wants, and also double Quick Shot. It's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, he's got answers to the Zulok, but there's only so long you can play the reactive game against Zoo because they just replenish the board so fast. The Hunter is going to win this game through picking good paths of aggression and just racking up that damage, hoping that Gook Boy uses his hero power a lot, and then getting to use his own hero power to just chip away. But now Quick Shot comes down to deal with a 1-3, which is a little lackluster, really. You want to be targeting someone with a bit more attack. And Darkshire Councilman's going to come down, which is a bit of a problem for Fatality in this position.
Yeah, hunters can't really kill that card without maybe aiming a freezing trap at it, or maybe hitting it with multiple minions or a deadly shot, which doesn't really... yeah, this is not going to help. And
not the best card to find. It's great with Unleash the Hounds, but unfortunately I don't think it's going to live that long. Goes for the Peddler.
Yeah, a bit weird on the ordering there. A bit weird in the ordering, but it seems to be inconsequential.
Oh, he uses up his Councilman, lining up a Quick Shot. So now you can do Coin, Unleash the Hounds, Quick Shot.
Yeah. I think it's quite interesting, but I still think it's the correct play. It seems kind of wasteful to just hit both your 1/1s in. They need both Unleash the Hounds and the second Quick Shot.
I mean, on the flip side, though, he would have a very healthy 4/5 if he didn't. And as we talked about, it's a harder minion for Hunter to deal with. And I think that should have been taken into account with Gook Boy when he was clearing that. Because he's thinking, what's the easiest thing to clear right now? My 4/3 and my 1/1s, or a 4/5 or a 3/5 like that wolf buff. So I think a little bit ambitious here from Gook Boy going for that trade specifically. And as you can see, Fatality does have an answer, which is going to get him back into the game, because before then, he had a very slow hand.
Exactly. So does he clear the 2/2 here? Okay, he's one to do that. It's quite interesting because I think it's... I mean, it's hard to say because there's both Defender of Argus and there's and there are things like Gormok in the deck. But Fatality's hand can't really deal 1 damage, so I would have expected him to actually clear the Dark Peddler instead of one of the tokens.
Yeah, I think so. A Gook Boy, they're considering the Councilman, but I think Gormok's better because it answers. It will help answer something like an Infested Wolf.
Okay, yeah.
Whereas a Councilman wouldn't have much influence unless Gook Boy had a hand to charge it up, which in this situation he doesn't. He has a lot of spells, so I like the Gormok play there. Argus picked up, not going to be able to do much at the moment. He's going to have to test his trap first.
So I think, yeah, you have to hero power every time here.
I think you test the trap first, right? In case it's explosive.
I think it's quite hard to say because maybe you'd rather have the council with this hand. You'd rather have the councilman bounce back. I agree that almost all of the options are pretty bad. Even this Argus is bad because you expect. Well, I mean, it's actually not that bad, right? Because you've seen both quick shots gone, so they can't really deal with the Argus without a Stampeding Kodo. But that was the weakest line to against Stampeding Kodo.
But he's going to be rewarded since no Stampede Kodo is available. Now he gets 3 Arguses in his deck, just one costs 6.
Seems good.
And now he has a 5/5 in play, which directly blocks this high main. He's going to be able to fill the board up a little bit more as well. Maybe get down the Imp Gang boss with the Knife Juggler. Could go for the Councilman with the Knife Juggler. I think I prefer the Imp Gang boss personally. It's just a little bit more durable.
It is more durable, but yeah, I mean, usually you want to play the Imp Gang boss before, just because the minions that spawn from the Imp Gang boss buff up the Councilman. But I think, I mean, with this hand, I guess the Imp Gang boss makes sense, because you also have the Sea Giant too, and then also Defender of Argus, so you want something on the board that you can Defender of Argus. So yeah, it makes sense here over the Darkshire Councilman for sure.
So now Fatality has a play where he could go for the Tundra Rhino, and he could use the Fiery Bat as well with the 2 Hyenas to help clear the board. I don't know if Houndmaster is that great in the situation, simply because it's very easy for Zoom to just use one minion like Power Overwhelming just to punch through it. So I do like him going for the Rhino play here. Not sure.
Oh wow.
I guess he's... I don't know.
Okay, so he's gonna charge a fiery bat in hopes that it hits one of those minions. Yeah, so this is the correct ordering. It'll spawn, it'll try to snipe one of these minions, and it'll hit this. I think it's reasonable. It's reasonable.
I think he's super afraid of Leroy power overwhelming.
Yeah. So he's just trying to buy time, because I guess, in a way, he's still waiting for his power cards, like Call of the Wild, another Savannah High main, and also protecting the Tundra Rhinos. It's pretty good, too.
Tundra Rhino can't be answered without that Soulfire. Soulfire is the perfect way to deal with it, and Gookboy's gonna be aware that leaving a Tundra Rhino on the field could spell a lot of trouble with that damage the beast can impact. High main just being played and doing 6 on the turn.
Or like Call of the Wild with all of them having charge.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff that could happen. So Gookboy is going to use the minions he feels are the most valuable, and then he's going to throw that Soulfire. Or not.
It's quite interesting. So what he's saying is that he wants the Soulfire to go face. So I wonder if he counted Call the Wild damage. So that'd be...
Oh, I think Elk needs to start things off here, because if you pull a high main off the top... Is that lethal with a high main?
Yeah, because Call the Wild was just 21 damage, I think, so it would just been lethal.
If you get if you play Elk and pull off a high main, you have 10, 13, 16 damage, so not lethal off an Elk. So I guess I'm curious to see him use his Rhino here. Hangmaster needs to have some influence, I think. Hangmaster, actually, no, I can see what he's doing. So he's thinking of clearing the Direwolf. Hangmaster on the Infested Wolf, clear out the Councilman. Or not.
So these get charged. He can Houndmaster. So, okay, he takes that value trade, then he takes the trade on the... Yeah, it's the same thing, right? It's the same thing. So then he's just using a Houndmaster to trade with that.
Many Houndmasters the Rhino. Okay. So I think this is interesting.
I do really like that, actually. I think maybe Hero Power and just King's Alec would be better. Because I don't think... Because it's definitely possible that they have Leroy Jenkins with double Power Overwhelming or Power Overwhelming Soulfire, but I don't think that you should really play around it at that point. I think playing just hero powering is pretty good. I mean, but then again, the Houndmaster represents. So
he just has lethal next turn with this play.
Yeah.
I think that's what he was considering, because this play sets. No, he doesn't have lethal. No, he's one off lethal, so he could potentially find a lethal. But 8/8 comes down. Elk's gonna see if he can influence the battle, and he finds a wolf. But you're going to be wanting to Houndmaster this Elk at this point. You don't want an 8/8 to be left alone. I think a wolf is super greedy here.
It depends on, I guess, how you think this game's going to end. So if you take this line, then Call of the Wild is lethal.
But if you don't go for the Taunt up, one Power Overwhelming and one Abusive Sergeant kills you. Which we've seen neither of at the moment.
Okay, yeah. That's fair too. So if he clears this, what does he need for lethal? So pretty much just Kill Command, Quick Shot would be lethal.
Yeah, there's a lot of lethal draws for Fatality. I think, no, with both Quick Shots gone.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. Oh wow, so Doomsayer. So he's playing the Mr. Yagut version. So he had double Call the Wild too. So double Call the Wild is lethal.
So what do you think of using the Doomsayer here as well?
I think it's quite interesting actually, but it's still probably not worth it just because your 4/3 and your 3/3 are actually pretty good. And it's gonna be hard for them to lethal you from one card in hand. So it's gonna have to be Power Overwhelming Leroy pretty much.
Power Overwhelming Leroy. Power Overwhelming? a little bit more. Oh, there's one!
Oh no! Caster Curse! No! Okay, so he has outs now. He has this... Does Abusive Sergeant do it? No, Abusive Sergeant's one off, right?
So he needs...
The second Power Overwhelming.
Yeah, or a Peddler. But that's not gonna be enough, unfortunately, for Gootboy and his chance of becoming the 2-time GosuCup champion comes to an end, and Fatality taking a convincing win over the rank 45 player in Europe and making his mark on this cup. Well played from Fatality. He's done very well so far.
Yeah, because this is traditionally a very bad matchup for the Hunter, so he navigated this game pretty well. He managed to get a lot of value out of that Tundra Rhino, which probably should have died instead of playing the Flameit, maybe.
But it paid out in the end. So, yeah, that is going to be it for that game, and Fatality is going to go on. Let me take a look at the bracket to see who's going to line up to play against him. So, Angry Chicken beat the Spirit Beaver. So, the Rage of the Chicken, I mean, it gets plus 4 attack when it's enraged.
That's right.
Beat the calm and collectiveness of the Beaver. It looks like, I think Tactics and Arkham are already playing in the next semi-final game. I could just be very cheeky right now and see what's going on. So I'll add one of them and see if they've started. Because if they haven't started, I think it'd be nice just to jump straight into that game.
Yeah, I think so.
So let's see if Tactics responds to this ad. I'll add Arkham as well. Both 2 new faces to the GosuCup, so...
Yeah, so looking at the brackets here, Tactical has only dropped a single game, actually, up until the semifinals match. And looking at Arkham, Arkham has had much closer games compared to Tactical. Arkham has pretty much all of his matches have been extremely close. They've all been 3-2s.
So Tactical and Arkham actually playing right now. So that semi-final is underway. So it looks like Fatality is going to return again on stream. The way the pace of this tournament has happened, it's been hard to kind of spread out what players we feature on stream. I tried to get variety most of the time, so we're just not following the journey of one player. But this is a special GosuCup all of a sudden. We are following the journey of Tactical. Not Tactical, sorry, Fatality and his climb to the end of this tournament. So the next game is going to be Fatality going up against either Mr. Clowny or the Angry Chicken. So we'll be having that coming up for you guys very soon. If you are new to the channel and just finding us and seeing what we're up to, this is the GosuCup brought to you by GosuGamers.net, and this happens every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And you can get involved if you could head over to GosuGamers.net/Hearthstone and click on the GosuCup button above the page, and that will take you to all the information you need to sign up for these community cups, and you know when we're going to be live, who's going to be casting. But also, one of the great things about this cup is it awards HCT points. 7 points in total, spread between top 4. First place taking 3 points, second place taking 2, and the both semi-finalists taking 1 each. So HCT points to be won to give you a spot in the preliminaries, as we've just had the Spring Championship crowning Tice. A new preliminary season is going to start next month. So if you want to get those points, get involved, guys, and head over to GosuGamers.net. So we'll wait for the next match to kick off. We're waiting on Mr. Clowny and Angry Chicken to finish their games, currently 1 apiece. So we'll go to a break, and I'll keep you guys posted on when that game will be up. So don't go anywhere, guys. Get a cup of tea, play a bit of Hearthstone. We'll be back very soon. Hey guys, still waiting on Angry Chicken and Mr. Clanny to finish their game, but as soon as it's done, we will go into the next match. It's currently 2-2, so hopefully they'll be over fairly soon, and we'll have the semi-final, and that will lead straight into the grand final. So stick around guys, grab a drink, play some Hearthstone, and we'll be back soon.
So do you Demon Wrath and play the Sun Fury here, or do you help?
Right now,
I think
at least it removes the landlord's damage. That's it. Judgment just picked up.
it's only
Wow, with the arcane missiles. Jasmine giving Ryu a taste of his own medicine.
an explosive enough start that it didn't matter that he was running slow cards in his deck. Got enough of the early game, right?
Man, I didn't expect that. That looked like you were literally said a few minutes earlier. This is going to be a long game. You know, we're going to see both
No,
twisting
it's expected.
others come into play. We're going to see that Toon steal something vital. Nope.
Yeah, well, like, maybe I should play spells. Maybe I should play Singer.
It sometimes works. In my experience, it doesn't work very often, but it sometimes works.
So the Reno's looking vulnerable.
It is.
It has Sharp or Warrior.
Especially now that the main, which was already looking vulnerable, has actually got past it.
Yeah.
This could definitely go either way.
I checked out Shelter's sleeve. He's playing some Temple Warrior at some point, so that, again, not as favourable for the Reno as you'd like, because it has big burst damage at Cron, and it has core Crons and it has weapons, so you can hold a lot back and force the Reno at quite a high health total. If it's controls, though, then the Reno might be I don't know if it's something for access. That's very important in the matchup. D-card. Sometimes you don't use it like a...
Yeah. Rarely, but yeah. Against the
Well,
right
if you know you're playing against... Maybe that's a reason to play Sharp. Right, okay. You play it first, play against the Warrior, find out whether it's tempo or control, and then you go into the Warlock matchup with more information that you might need to mulligan correctly and hopefully win that matchup.
Right, well, I just need to make an announcement or two just before we jump into the next game. Guys, if you want to play Showtime next week, then you need to retweet the tweet that I just put in the chat. Retweet that and then be here at the end of the show to join the raffle. And it could be you up here playing against a pro this time. Just retweet this other tweet. DX Racer Chair giveaway. And I'm actually really enjoying that.
Alright guys, welcome back to the GosuCup. Sorry for the wait, but we were just having a match finish earlier on in the bracket, and now Fatality is going to be going up against Mr. Clowny. A little disappointed Angry Chicken didn't win for me. A guy called Angry Chicken needs to win. It's just the best name I've seen in the bracket today. But Fatality has been kind of whipping up a storm here in the GosuCup today. Defsy, what's your thoughts on him so far?
I think it's quite interesting. We were talking a bit about his rogue. It was the Enzoth Gadgetzin rogue, and we were pretty unsure about the necessity of having the Enzoth package in the Gadgetzin in the Miracle Rogue. But so far, it's been working out for him, and he's been able to pick up a win with it every single time we've seen it on stream so far.
But Enzoth has never had an influence in the win.
Exactly.
It's just kind of been the minion base that built up this Enzoth road, along with the power of the miracle parts of the deck. So Enzoth itself hasn't done anything, but maybe the choice of including it into the deck and how it's influenced deck building has been a key to the success of the deck overall.
And apart from that, it seems that Fatality's gameplay has been pretty solid so far. Quite interested to see how Mr. Clowny will do, because we were talking a bit before, and I've never heard of Mr. Clowny, and I don't think I've seen him around. Have you?
No, this is the first time I've ever seen him in the bracket. Sometimes hard to keep eye on everyone that plays in GosuCup. We have a strong variety of players. The tournament's usually quite in demand as well, so the sign-ups are heavily contested.
And we always have about 128 players, which is the max amount of players in every single cup as well.
Yeah, we've had like 200 sign-ups sometimes where, 60-odd players had to like not get a spot in the cup because of high demand. So these players obviously cycle around, and it looks like Fatality is going for the Rogue Hunter Shaman this time. So no Freeze Mage from Fatality. He's dropped it, maybe because there's a warrior pick coming out from Mr. Clowney. And yes, that's it. So Mr. Clowney is going to be taking warrior, shaman, warlock. So the kind of standard comp at the moment in the competitive scene, where a lot of people believe that is the best lineup.
True.
And what's your thoughts on that yourself? Do you feel that the shaman, warlock, warrior comp is one of the best conquest lineups?
I think for this tournament, it's a bit different just because our format is extended conquests, which means that, so in extended conquest, one player picks a class, the next player picks a class, and then and so on. So you don't have a ban, and that means that you can kind of cater your choices to whatever deck your opponent plays. So Fatality most likely saw Clowney pick warrior, so he chose to run a shaman over his freeze mage, for example. And
do you think Fatality probably just maybe has a shaman build just in case the warrior pick comes up, and maybe not have anything else? Because so far he's stuck with the decks that are winning for him, but he's made an adjustment based on the picking process in this cup. So maybe shaman is just like pocket shaman just in case warrior shows up.
Yeah, I think so, because Shaman doesn't really have a bad matchup in this meta. Shaman can still win against pretty much any deck, even against maybe a bad matchup, say Priest, for example. You still take a win off that.
Sore subject in the old gods, and doing not find the power he needs in the cards released. But I kind of think Fatality's going to take this, just because of how well he's played. I mean, it's kind of biased really because we haven't seen how Mr. Clowney's played. Let me have a quick look at the bracket. So 3-2 against the Angry Chickens, so very close. Then he 3-0'd Lakritzi. Then he 3-2 Tens, and then 3-2 Dake, and then 3-2 Gliss. So he's had a lot of kind of up and down games. So we'll have to see how he goes, and we're about to get into it right now. So just trying to get the invites from the players, and it looks like Zulok is going to lead things off here for Mr. Clowney in game number 1, guys. Fatality go into that rogue that we've come to be very curious about.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that in this matchup specifically, the ends off package doesn't really do too much for you, apart from maybe getting you good cards from Journey Below or from Huckster, because they're good cards anyways.
I think ends off himself doesn't have a major impact, but the one thing the rogue does gain in an advantage is now his deck is more minion based. He may be able to stick to the board longer and maybe contest some of the power of the Zulok, and we've seen him do it against Scootboy. So
yeah, that's true.
We'll have to see how the minion base influences, and this is a harvest golem being taken from the Journey Below. So a very sticky, durable body that will be able to contest this board.
But even so, Mr. Clowney's board is pretty much as sticky as it gets in this meta without without Haunted Creepers and without Nerubian Eggs.
Do you feel he needs to trade in this situation? Because if he starts using these minions to trade, he loses that stickiness which we were just talking about.
Exactly.
And the perfect response here to a Voidwalker is the dagger up and clear, right? It just does it does the job. But on the flip side, it just means that Mr. Clowney has to invest one of his durable minions into this Huckster. So I think the face plan here is a good idea.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And he's thinking about coining the Tomb Pillager, but I think the Harvest Golem pretty much does exactly what you want. It's a minion that's sticky, it's annoying, it's a 2/3, it matches it well against the other minions. Whereas the Tomb Pillager could maybe just get Power Overwhelming to as we see in Mr. Clowney's hand, Dark Iron Dwarf, plus another minion would be able to take care of the Tomb Pillager pretty easily.
He goes for the prep eviscerate as well, so willing to invest some spells early on. And I think as a rogue, you definitely want to be as proactive as possible with your preps and with your removal against Zoo. You don't want to give him an opportunity to snowball out of control because you don't have Blade Flurry anymore.
This is a pretty difficult move for Mr. Clowney. I'm surprised that he did it so easily, just because something like a Dark Iron Skulker, Coin Dark Iron Skulker would be pretty bad for him. Even a Tomb Pillager now will contest that 4/4.
Corruption found by the Huckster as well. Corruption, kind of a low impact card overall. It might have a good effect on a Sea Giant, but the Leroy variation is generally the more aggressive variant and doesn't rely on kind of big body minions like traditional Zoo. So Corruption's not going to do too bad here, actually. Going to be able to manage the 4/4. Actually, I think that worked out a lot better than I previously thought, because now he deals with the 4/4, and Mr. Clancy's going to have to rebuild the board off the back of an Argent Squire.
Yeah, that's true. And then also the Tomb Pillager, as we can see from Fatality's hand, it's pretty reactive. He has a Tomb Pillager and the Enzoth as minions, but apart from that, he doesn't really have much. So kind of stretching the Tomb Pillager to do more rather than keeping the Corruption seems very good.
On the flip side as well, though, I feel that if Mr. Clowney was to get, say, I don't know, a Darkshire Councilman or an Imp Gambos in this situation, it would have played so well into Fatality's hand, because then he would have had Tomb Pillager Coin Sap.
Exactly.
But now, in this situation, this is actually probably one of the better plays for Mr. Clowney, because Fatality doesn't have a good response to a lot of 1/1s.
Yeah, that's true. Previously, did we see a Fan of Knives from Fatality?
Yes, he was running double Fan of Knives. I remember him getting them off the back of those draws earlier on against Scoot Boy. Another Forbidden Ritual picked up, so now Knife Juggler Forbidden Ritual may make this board a little bit stronger, but goes for the Argus instead, so just punching damage, playing to the strength of a Leroy Soulfire in hand.
Quite interesting, because the Soulfire was pretty clean there, but next turn he can Leroy and then Soulfire, so he doesn't have to risk discarding the Leroy, which is kind of his win condition right now.
So Fatality's in a situation now where he needs to take most of the power off board. He can't leave free power on board, or he's going to lose next turn. And Coin SI7 is going to help him do that, only leaving 1 power on board, so 2 damage away from closing out this game. But as we know, Abusive Sergeant's Power Overwhelming, there's plenty of things that can be drawn to help him here. And Power Overwhelming straight off the top there, and that is going to be a lethal situation for Mr. Clowney, taking game number 1 in our semi-final. Taking a little bit closer to that grand final.
Yeah, overall this matchup pretty hard for the Rogue, just because you don't have much healing, if any. I don't know if he has space to Earthring Farseer, I don't remember actually, but yeah, you can just be as aggressive as you want as the Warlock without much downside.
Yeah, you just hit face, maybe fight for board every now and then, make him to play reactively. And that's kind of the evolution of Zoolock since the old gods, picking up a bit more pace than it used to, putting some burst in. We saw kind of that adaptation being made a little bit later on in the old wild format, I guess you could call it, where Leroy Sea Giant was becoming very popular in Asia, and then that transitioned over to the Western world. But now the Zoolocks kind of feel like they don't have the time to just throw Doom Guards down and keep on the board. They're not fighting a lot of mid-range decks anymore. They're not fighting that Druid, for example, where they just outvalue on board. What they need to do is finish the game as quick as possible most of the time. Game number 2, guys. Fatality is now down. A very quick early game, and the aggro continues as Mr. Clowney packs the Face Shaman, but this time he's going to be going up against the Hunter.
What an aggressive lineup from Mr. Clowney. So we see Zoo and then Shaman, and what's his last deck? His last deck is a Warrior. So it might
Pirate
even
Warrior.
be yeah, Pirate
Please.
Warrior.
I love Pirate Warrior. I'd be so happy with Mr. Clowney if he brought Pirate Warrior, because if he does bring Pirate Warrior, this lineup is designed to kill Rogue.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, but a good way to defeat Hunter is just to be more aggressive too.
Yep, just try and kind of out damage them. And the one thing that Shaman does better than Hunter these days, and traditionally it was more of a strong characteristic of the Hunter class, Shaman has tremendous amounts of burst.
Yeah.
More burst than Hunters can ever muster up, because Hunter's burst is kill commands, right? Kill commands, quick shots, hero power every now and then. Shaman, on the other hand, is Doomhammer Rock by a Lava Burst, Lava Shock. You know,
exactly,
the reach is on a whole different level, and I kind of just feel that Shaman is the new Smoke, like no question about it.
Yeah, it's quite funny because even back in, say, Blackrock Mountain, when Mech Mage was still popular, you know, Mech Mage, and then there's also Mech Shaman, and Hunter quickly saw that they were becoming not really the aggressive class anymore, which is pretty awkward because you would think that Hunter, you know, it's all about the Hunter memes, about going face, about hitting that hero power to deal damage, but they're really not the most aggressive class anymore.
And as we see the aggression mounting up here from Mr. Clowney, Shaman leading his turn 2 with 2 very durable minions, which right now Fatality cannot answer, and he picks up the Eagle Horn bow and goes, you know what, I was the king of smoke. I'm going to take my crown back.
I don't know about you, Aquablood, but I feel so disgusted right now because, you know, from mulliganing hands and even how Fatality's draws have progressed, I feel that there's no way that Fatality can realistically win this game. Those high mains are not really going to do anything. There's no Houndmaster target. The bow just went face, and he draws a kill command, which is not really going to help him race.
And this is the thing with Hunter at the moment. It's just, especially the high main variants, they just don't have the pace to match stuff like Shaman, like Zulok. And that's why we saw Crane bring kind of a non-high main version running Stranglethorn Tigers instead, just because they're a little faster and they're more likely to play around stuff like Sap, which we were talking about earlier, and Hex as well, another card which high main really suffers at. But like you said, how do you lose this game from Clowney's situation? Like, it's ridiculous.
Even double Unleash the Hounds is not going to do it. Just, I don't think there's much that. I don't think there's much apart from maybe a disconnect that can really give it to Fatality here.
I know, we in an older meta game back in the day, Explosive Track was such an effective card against aggro, but now a lot of the aggro minions are packing more health or divine shields, and they're just not as effective as they used to be. I mean, Explosive Trap does nothing to this board.
I mean, 3 toughness is cheat, right? Yeah, and just kill command face.
No beast in sight.
But Fatality knows if there's any weird way that he can win it, it's gonna be through damage like that. But as we know, there's even a lucky deadly shot, right? Is not going to do it, I think.
So you play the Faceless here, and then next turn you're locked into 4 mana. So if you pick up a Lava Burst, like, your damage reaches even further. I was thinking maybe you might want to invest the Lightning Bolt here because you have the Spell Power Totem, but on the flip side, how is the Spell Power Totem ever going to be cleared? Exactly. And why would it be a priority target with everything else that's on board? So keep a hold of it, man. You've got time.
Well, YOLO deadly shot into concede, it looks like.
And high main comes down like, rah, I'm a big tiger, a lion, sorry.
So he's 2 off, is it? He's 6, 7, 8. 8 plus 7 is 15, so he's 1 off. Oh, Flame Juggler, no, it doesn't work, right? He's overloaded.
So I guess you just Flame Juggler here. Just put another body down. Maybe ping the face with it as well to push that extra little bit of damage. You smoke him, and then you go, well, are you going to stop me this turn? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. But he's thinking about any way he could die. So he's got 1 kill command be used. So kill command quick shot, that's in hero power, that's 10. That's only 16, so that's still 1 off.
So you're thinking like maybe kill command, quick shot would do it? Very situational though. Goes to the totem, so definitely you're taking that mindset, Defsy. The taunt totem definitely pays off as well because it does protect him from any kind of very situational lethals that Fatality could find.
Sure, yeah.
Unleash the Hounds a little too late to the party though.
Does it do anything? So he can clear the Flame Wreath Faceless. He can unleash and Deadly Shot. Can he actually? No, he can make a 50-50 on the Deadly Shot, right? If he unleashes first, and then hits the high main end, and then kills the left 3 minions, then he can have a 50-50 on the Deadly Shot.
Do you think he's gonna go for that?
Oh, it doesn't look like it then. Oh, that's quite interesting. I think he should have thought about that a bit longer. So maybe he was just thinking that, okay, there's no way in the world that I hit 6 damage Savannah High Main into the Flame Wreath Faceless, or into a not to taunt, right?
I think you have to go for the 50-50. This isn't a 50-50, but it works out in his favor. That's a huge swing for Fatality here.
But he doesn't play around Lightning Bolt or play around the Doomhammer, right? But I think it makes sense, right?
I think you should have still cleared.
Yeah, I think you should still clear it.
But Kleiny gonna take game number 2 in a very quick semi-final so far. Can Fatality slow down the pace of this guy? Is it just another smoke deck? Is it Pirate Warrior coming out next?
I think it's gonna be Pirate Warrior. It
Please.
makes sense, right? Because I mean, Temple Warrior would also make sense since it's pretty aggressive as well. But definitely, certainly not some Control Warrior, because I don't think it really makes sense bringing like a Control Warrior with 2 smart decks.
I've seen it done in the past by some players. 2 aggressive decks, 1 control deck. The Dignitas boys, especially Blackout, has used a very similar lineup before in the Plantronics Invitational it was about a year and a half back. I remember him piloting a very similar lineup to that. But let's see what this warrior is bringing. Is it gonna be
Fatality?
Pirate? No, this doesn't look like Pirate. It's Tempo.
It's just Tempo. Tempo or no, it can't really be Patron, I don't think, right? Because Patron doesn't run Fierce Monkey.
Yeah, Fierce Monkey is a very
Tempo
warrior card. But like you said, Tempo Warrior does have the ability to be quite aggressive, especially if it can hide a Frothing Berserker behind a taunt or just keep it to the board. And we saw earlier that I think it was Tirith. Was it Tirith who did like a 17 damage hit from the
Frothing? I think it was, yeah.
So there we go, Armorsmith, perfect contestant to fight off a bat. Bulky lady at a forge.
Yeah, it's quite interesting here. There was even, well, I guess since you're hero power anyways, then it's fine to hit face. But there's some arguments actually not hero power because to not give them battle rage value.
I think the problem is if you don't hero power and hit face, you just give too much initiative to the warrior. It's just a risk you have to take.
Yeah, I think maybe if he had a 2-drop minion instead, he could decide to not attack the face. But then the Fiery Bat is already 50-50 as well.
Oh, Huffer into Armorsmith is kind of the worst thing Huffer wants to do.
It's the worst, but it's still pretty good unless they have a Ravaging Ghoul, which we don't see in the hand currently.
So there is that Blood and that Whirlwind, and there is a Ravaging Ghoul. And Ravaging Ghoul is a perfect response here.
It's actually really disgusting. But in a way, it was alright because it didn't let Mr. Clowney develop the Frothing Berserker, which usually when I'm playing Tempo Warrior, I actually just want to put the Frothing down on 3 just because it's such a huge threat. And, you know, following up with the Blood to Ichor, Ravaging Ghoul just scales the... or I guess helps snowball the Frothing Berserker out of control the earlier you get it down.
Yeah, Frothing Berserker is a beauty if it gets down on 3, and it just can't be answered because it's going to win you the game single-handedly most of the time. The Eagle Horn Bow does clip the 3-3 quite nicely. Do you just go for the 2-6? Is that
I
just
think this is such a hard play to make without knowing the other player's deck list. I don't think Fatality actually has a Stampeding Kodo. But playing Bloodhoof and getting a Stampede Encoder is actually the worst feeling in the meta right now, I think.
He does play around the Coda with the blood, so it's definitely on his mind. The unfortunate thing is he does allow this Throbbing Berserker to be answered very easily, and the threat of Throbbing, which we've been talking about, isn't apparent there. It's going to go for the Ravaging Ghoul Battle Rage. This just lines up perfectly. 2 cards drawn and a clear of the board.
Sure. I think it was quite interesting because he also had the Bloodhoof Brave Whirlwind and trade play. But yeah, but that would have got punished by this draw we see here, the Deadly Shot.
But Deadly Shot into Hero Power on 6. I mean, this Hunter's win condition now is being able to play back-to-back Call the Wild and Mr. Clowny not having an answer.
Again, we mentioned it earlier, but this is why a lot of players have chosen to omit Unleash the Hounds from the list, because as we see here, there's never really going to be a good time for Unleash the Hounds. So they're going to double Unleash the Hounds and it trades into a single 3 for it. I think that's pretty horrible.
A 6 mana investment for
2 cards.
2 cards for a 3 mana 1 card.
Can't Hero Power. It's just, oh my goodness.
And then Acolyte gets 2 draws off the Fire Bat.
Is it even worth playing the Fire Bat? Oh, okay, that makes sense. But he has a Whirlwind to punish it. I understand his line of play, though.
And this actually works out brilliantly because he gets to play the Bloodhoof, he gets to Whirlwind, activate it, ignoring the Stampeding Coda, which he's already played around once, so he's definitely considering it as a threat. And look at this board. Like, Call of the Wild is usually such a big swing card, but in this situation, it's quite lackluster.
Pretty lackluster, yeah. I don't think there's... I'm not sure if it's too early to call it, but Fatality is definitely not in a good spot, especially since Call the Wilds are... Because once you play 2 Call the Wilds and you don't win, then I think you're in trouble.
I really like Grom here.
Yeah, just Grom down the Leok, or would you Grom down the...
Grom down the Misha and clear the Leok with the Monkey and the Acolyte. You keep the Monkey on board. Second Call the Wild comes down. Huffer has to go into the Monkey. And then you have Grom protected from Huffer.
Yeah, I think I like your line more than clearing the Misha here because you've seen double Unleash the Hounds, right? So you're not really scared of anything dealing 1 damage to your taunts.
Then again, a better on-board play, which I think Mr. Clowny's going for now, is clears up the Fiery, hit it with the Crowcon, and then armor up, and then you have a bigger board to answer a Call of the Wild. But I like protecting a 10 attack Grom. Maybe it's the inner smoke.
Yeah, I definitely see your line there. Just because, you know, Grom also costs 8 mana, you just want to be mana efficient, right? Because you can squeeze in Korkon with other plays, whereas it's pretty hard to do anything else with Grom.
So no Call of the Wild this turn. This does allow a clear up on the Monkey.
Do you just go for the lethal, though? Do you just go for the 50-50 lethal?
I think so. Why not? What have you got to... What's the worst thing that can happen? Call of the Wild, which you have cards in hand to answer, execute slams. Grom can even do work there. You can win the game right now and secure your spot in the grand finals, and I think it's worth seeing if Rag's going to play nice. And he doesn't play nice, but now he has to deal with a Rag.
Well, Deadly Shot's pretty good, but we know that he has Grom Slam in hand. Call of the Wild would be... I think Call of the Wild's still just the best play, because killing... just Deadly Shot does not seem... Like, Deadly Shot Hero Power does not seem like a winning play, right? You need to put out the Call of the Wild so that you're actually dealing damage to the face, too.
And putting pressure on board at the same time. The problem with that is you either invest 4 damage to your life through clearing the Crowcon, and then use Huffer plus the 2 spiders to clear your Rag.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's pretty much all you... I think that's the safest play, right?
I think I like this play a bit more, just... trade with 1-1 and go for his here.
Just go for the winning play here rather than trying to play not to lose, right?
Exactly. So, Mr. Clowny's actually in a bit of trouble, actually. So, taking that line might have not been worth it. Because the because the 1/1s that came out of the haunted or the infested wolf actually are extremely good at trading back into the core crown elite and also dealing 2 to 4 damage to face.
So if you go for Grom, clear up Misha, slam the Huffer, you're going to take 6 damage from hero power and the 2 minions on board. That doesn't include Rag winning the game for you or Rag clearing something. So I think the best line is just Grom and slam the Huffer and just kind of try and get a win off the Rag.
I definitely
try
agree.
and maintain.
Ooh, Mr. Clowny, he sees it, and yeah, this is the best play. He's gonna remove 2 power or go for
Oh, Rag shot to the face is going to close it out. GG coming from Fatality to me in chat. And wow, Kleiny takes a 3-0 sweep against our favourite Fatality after watching him play, and he books himself a spot in the Grand Finals.
Welcome to Hearthstone, guys, where you too can be a professional player.
Just play in the GosuCup, get your HCT points, book your trips to preliminaries, beat everyone in the championship, and bam, you're going to BlizzCon. It's an easy process, I promise you. But that's it. That's going to be it for our second semi-final. The first one went on while we were doing another match. Yep. So we're going to be going into the Grand Finals. I want to get this set up as soon as possible. So I'm going to start talking to the players, get this match going, and we'll conclude today's GosuCup with Mr. Kleiny going up against Tactical. So stay tuned, guys, and we'll bring the last match to you very soon. All right, guys, welcome back to the GosuCup. We are going to conclude Monday's Cup with grand finals between Mr. Clowny and Tacticals. Mr. Clowny being the king of smoke at the moment, taking this very aggressive lineup and beating our favorite
3-0.
3-0, yeah, Fatality 3-0. But he's going to be going up against Tacticals, and we didn't really know much about Tacticals, but now we know a little bit after doing a bit of Googling.
Yeah, so apparently Tactical is so he's a German player, and looks like he's a small-time streamer, but overall he has had multiple top legend finishes, and he also has his own Liquipedia page. So so Aquablood and I personally don't know him, but it seems that he's been around for quite a while, and we expect solid play from someone who's top 50 legend multiple times.
Yeah, he seems quite invested, I think. And Clowny has just told me his lineup: Warrior, Shaman, Warlock. So sticking to his guns from the previous game, because we found a 3-0 victory. Why would you change anything?
Exactly.
And Tacticals is going to be rolling with a Warrior, Paladin, Warlock. This has the potential to be a control lineup.
I think so.
We just had a quick glimpse of what Tactical was up to before we started the semis. He was in a game and he was playing Control Warrior. So there's potential for him to be with bringing a Paladin as well. Maybe a Murloc Paladin, maybe a N'Zoth Paladin, which Loyan brought recently to the championship. And the Warlock could be Reno Jackson. I kind of expected more Reno Jackson today, just because of the influence it had in the championship.
Yeah.
However, Zulok is Reign King once again.
Sure, yeah.
So we'll have to see what these players bring in. We kind of know what Clowny's going to be piloting, but the big question mark is Tacticals. Maybe he is a bit of a control player. So this is looking very controlled to me already. So let's get into this grand finals, guys. Tacticals going up against Mr. Clowny. And the winner of this is going to be taking 3 HCT points. And the loser is going to miss out on that additional point, only taking 2. And this is looking controlled to me.
Yep. It's quite interesting because Rallying Blade has been a recent addition to any type of control priest deck, because Rallying Blade, it fits very well with Keeper of Uldaman, right? You keep Uldaman a minion, and then you have a 3 damage weapon to kill it with.
It's the old Fiery War Axe for free, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And Shaman did experiment with that a little while ago with the old 3-2 hammer, the mech interaction one.
Yep.
So it's not an untested formula. And yeah, we should just get underway. Tactical's asking me if he should play. Yes.
Should I?
You should play.
Yeah,
I've never
so
had
we
someone ask me that.
yeah, so we see the Karen Bloodhoof, so we have to assume that's an N'Zoth Paladin, which I think has been the most popular type of Paladin.
I really enjoy Murlocs. I've been playing Murloc Control a little bit myself, and I kind of like a combo plan being in, kind of like to the structure of Control deck. Reno Jackson Warlock has been very successful with it. Murloc Paladin was kind of an old style, but it's kind of making its return, and I like it. Double Rag Murlocs seems to work well.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. The interesting thing to note about this matchup is that I think this is actually the Tempo Warrior's worst matchup, the N'Zoth Paladin.
I mean, realistically, these games shouldn't go on too long. We're gonna have either Mr. Clowny basically just run a train on Tacticals, or there's going to come a point between, not maybe in this matchup, but in some of the other matches coming up, there'll come a point where the control player will stabilize around turn 7 to 10 and probably win the game off that.
Yeah.
And that's generally how aggro control goes. Tempo Warrior's not really an aggro deck, though. I guess in its name it's a tempo deck, so it does pack some late game threats like Rag, like Varian, so it does have a way to kind of contest the late game, unlike some of his other picks.
So I think, from what I understand, okay, and speaking of the Devil Varian, I think from what I understand, the main way that the warrior wins this matchup is either 1 through frothing berserker, or 2 through drawing just a ton of cards off of battle rages and having the paladin not be able to deal with it. But as we can see here, Stampeding Kodo comes down. Stampeding Kodo, insane in this matchup. You can kill Bloodhoof Brave, Acolyte of Pain, Armor Smiths. Yeah, just kill pretty much all of the good minions. Yeah, even Frothing Berserkers.
I think one way that Tempo Warrior also can win this matchup is having a lot of tempo early game.
Sure.
And the Paladin not having that equality Consecrate, like Equality Pyro, to fight the board. And that is a good way for Warrior to win any matchup, really. Just having really good early pressure with the removal to kind of keep that aggression going. But Mr. Kleiny didn't have that. He's got a very slow hand, almost a very control hand if you look at it. This is stuff that could feature in Control Warrior, apart from, say, the Malcroc and the Battle Rage.
Exactly. A pretty bad hand for Mr. Kleiny, but let's take a moment real quick to talk about this one card in Tactical's hand, Redemption.
Redemption is a strange pick. Is this...
I have no time.
Is this like... I don't know, maybe a secret control paladin? Is it just a tech choice to try and keep some of these very powerful death rattle minions like Sylvanas and Kayn, bring them back, get extra N'Zoth stuff?
Yeah.
Or is he packing Mysterious Challenger? Just why not? Why not?
Yeah.
One of each secret Mysterious Challenger, let's go.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting, but I would kind of think it's actually the latter, where, you know, say the next turn, right, he just trades off his 1/1, and then he plays Karen, and then he plays Redemption, right?
Yeah, that's an interesting spot. It's
And
a
then
kind of
also-
awkward spot for Kleiny here. He had to run in the first part of Kayn.
Yeah,
to
so
just...
he draws second. That's kind of weird. Is he gonna... He doesn't even have a Ravaging Ghoul. That's really weird play for Mr. Clowney. I don't... And as I said before, Warriors can't really deal with Sylvanas and Karen that effectively.
So now you run the 1/1 in, I think.
That was really, really weird, I think. Yeah, but... So he pretty much kind of forsook, if that's a word, the name of his deck, Tempo Warrior. So he pretty much gave up all of his tempo here, just maybe to deny some value from the Sylvanas.
That plays straight into the Paladin's hands. Paladin wants you to play suboptimally to gain time, basically. Tacticals is just trying to gain as much time as possible. I quite like setting up the Redemption here. Go for Redemption, run the 1/1 in, and then hit face with Sylvanas.
Yeah, I like that, actually. I like that a lot.
Because automatically, Mr. Clowny's going to be like, question mark?
Traded.
What is this? What could it
Traded
be?
the Sylvanas, right?
Exactly, you have to clear Sylvanas before you play anything. But then Sylvanas comes back and makes the situation just as awkward as it was before.
Yeah, so he's going to have to probably Blood to Iker, and then maybe Malkarok is going to be his best play there.
He's going to have to run Bane in, clear Sylvanas, let Redemption proc, Blood it, and then Malkarok to get back onto the board.
Yeah, and it's quite awkward because we know what the secret is, but Mr. Clowney, you know, you should be pretty confused to see a secret coming from an N'Zoth Paladin deck.
But if you were to break it down, what secrets benefit this deck? Noble Sack doesn't. Repentance has small influence. You get to test the secret anyway, so you're going to test it, and now you're going to see the Redemption pop up. So he does have a response to this with the Blood. It's actually a fantastic response, but he's still playing from behind, and that's the problem.
Curse Blade, one time, Curse Blade. I don't know why, but every single time I see someone play Malkarok, I'm just really wishing for Curse Blade. And, you know, even when I'm playing Malkarok, I'm kind of hoping for Curse Blade too, just because, I don't know.
Swings the game. It's the hard mode button, right? This game's too easy. Give me Curse Blade every time. Why don't you just put Curse Blade in your deck if you want to play hard mode?
Hearthstone's too easy. We need to get Curse Blade more often off Malkarok.
So the attack here, I think, is playing on Harrison. He figures it's control, and a lot of the classes in the meta game now are weapon-based: hunters, warriors, shamans.
True.
rogues as well. So I like the attack here just to try and stop any potential Harrisons coming in, or oozes, for example.
It's quite interesting because Tactical doesn't really have any AoE right now. He has just double Wild Pyromancer and Forbidden Healing. So Mr. Clowney might be in a good spot if Tactical can't find his AoE.
And that is a regular old-fashioned Harvest Golem, not created by any Discover effects or any spells. So he's just packing good old Harvest Golem. I haven't seen him be in a deck as kind of a consistent choice for a very long time.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Okay, so he saved his weapon again. I think if I were Tactical, I would also be scared of Harrison Jones, since it's also a popular choice in Temple Warrior.
So what's the play here? Like, nothing really lines up that great. And now Harvest Golem comes in. It's just another minion, which is frustrating to deal with. It's not very powerful, but it can have a lot of influence with that weapon. I mean, the Harvest Golem and the minion that spawns from the Death Rattle combined with the Ralliant Blade takes out Malclark, for example. So it is a bit of a nuisance.
It's so interesting because, you know, this board practically neuters the Ragnaros, right? Ragnaros doesn't really do anything if it hits the 2-3, if it hits the 1-1, even if it hits the Karen or the face, it doesn't really do anything. And I think you have to keep Gromosh kind of as the finisher, because after your opponent heals, you're going to need the extra reach from the Gromosh. So I think this is the best line of play, even though it's so awkward and not very good to begin with.
I don't feel that Clowney's been in a comfortable position at all during this entire match.
No. Pretty much, I guess it's just because his initial hand was so weak. And not only that, but he got the Acolyte of Pain Stampeding Kodo as well.
Speaking of Stampeding Kodos, this Kodo is just going to murder this Robin Serpent.
It is so good. I'm so surprised and impressed how good Stampeding Kodo is in this meta. I cannot believe that this arena card can be this good.
Hey, Stampeding Kodo used to be amazing mid-range paladin, the first ever mid-range paladin that was made by Kalento before GVG came out.
I see.
And like Humility or Aldo or Kodo was basically your hard removal. It was good fun.
Because in Paladin, you don't usually remove things. You usually just neuter things or
just kind of keep things around, but slow them down with spells.
Yeah, pretty much.
And Peacekeepers, but
oh my goodness! What a variant! That is pretty insane. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly how Tactical is going to want to get through this. Wild Pyromancer Consecration only does 3 damage to all of his opponent's minions.
But what about Wild Pyro Consecration, huh?
So then that'll be 4 damage, and then he can Forbidden Healing. Oh!
Double Consecrate, does it? You can run.
Yeah, Wild Pyro double Consecrate. So you'll pop the Karen. So you'll have to hit either your face or the Stampeding Kodo into the variant if you want to clear that.
I mean, I don't even think you need to invest both Pyros here. You can run the weapon in, you can then run in the Kodo, 1 Pyro Consecrate, and then Kane answers Varian.
Yeah, that's true. So, I guess, is there any reason to play another Wild Pyromancer? Because, imagine a Ravaging Ghoul, right? Speaking of the devil, a Ravaging Ghoul, it takes a lot of your power off the board. It takes about a third of your power off the board.
Well, Ravaging Ghoul with maybe even... So Frovin, Ravaging Ghoul, slam the Kodo, and execute the Bane will clear the board.
Yeah.
And you get a pretty decent Frovin out of it.
Yeah, this is the point where the Temple Warrior can actually just outvalue the Paladin. Just because the Paladin hasn't really drawn any card draw spells, where we're not even sure if he's running any card draw spells.
That's true. I think this is the best play though. Clear the board, and now you put Tacticals in an awkward spot where he might just have to invest his second Pyro into Consecrate. So that means that he doesn't have any major equality clears coming up.
Yeah. I like it. I like it. But then, so we know that saving the Wild Pyromancer. So saving the Wild Pyromancer saves pretty much gives you a 3-1, right? Because the Consecration would then have killed the Wild Pyromancer because the Ravaging Ghoul put 1 damage on it. Yeah, but I don't really see a better play. Just Wild Pyro, Consecrate, and just make a dude.
Good Doomsay if you want to reset the tempo.
Yeah, that's true too. The Doomsayer is not unreasonable.
Because if you don't Doomsay here, he's just going to rag. I mean, I know the 1-1 is going to make things a little better for you. But it also gives... Wow, well now he can rag an Axe the free one.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because it depends on what you're playing around. You haven't seen any Kor'kon elites. So the Doomsayer plays worse against the Kor'kon elites. It's kind of even versus a second Ravaging Ghoul, since you can just Doomsayer after the Ravaging Ghoul. Versus the hand that we see, though, and I think Tacticals, if he's paying maybe better attention to the hand, would know that like, these 2 cards have been in the hand the entire game.
Yeah, they've been stuck there for quite some time. Aldo Peacekeeper can silence this rag and just make him less of a threat. He just becomes a dude clearer.
Do you play Doomsayer now?
Well, Doomsayer might be the only way to start answering some smaller threats like Clowny could kill in the future.
Yeah, you're right.
Because now you haven't got Equality Pyro or Equality Consecration.
Oh, that's such a good draw.
Yeah, that is a fantastic draw. 2 cards for 2 mana. Gonna recharge Clowny's hand and maybe give him a way to set up a nice rag here. So now Ragnaros gets to come down, clears up the 1-1, clears up the 3-3, and 8 damage is gonna go to the face.
So I can't see, but I think Mr. Clowny has about 7 cards left, maybe in his deck. And so, 8 cards, okay. Yeah, I've gotten pretty good at just like estimating the deck size.
By the thickness of the deck.
Yeah.
So, Infested Torrent. This is a weird N'Zoth Paladin list. It's kind of running some of the older kind of experimental cards on earlier N'Zoth Paladin lists.
So I think that we can expect at least 1 Kor'kon elite from Mr. Clowny. So maybe 1 or 2 Kor'kon elites left. A Ravaging Ghoul. Did we see?
2 Frovins have been used for sure.
Should I?
And what else would be in there?
Another Fiery War Axe?
Yeah, another Fiery War Axe. 1 more Execute, I believe. And maybe some other various tech cards.
Doomsayer,
Invested Torrent, and I think you have to play them both. Yep.
So now the other Fiery War Axe will help Harrison Jones. Not a great pickup.
Yeah, so there's one of the tech cards we were talking about.
So this is an awkward spot for Mr. Clowny.
Yeah, I think you just win. You just need to win the 1 and 3 or the 1 and 4, right? You could Whirlwind to make it a 1 and 3.
I think that's a worthy investment at this point.
Yeah, yeah.
Because what else are you going to use this Whirlwind on?
So I think they'll have 1 more Bloodseeker and then also 1 more Acolyte maybe.
Oh, where's it gonna go? Hits the 1-1. So if you had invested the Whirlwind, that wouldn't have been an option. Second equality pickup, but Hero Power, Forbidden Healing's gonna top Tacticals right back up.
Yeah.
Is this the moment he's gonna stabilize?
I think so, because at this point, I think the Temple Warrior runs out of threats. So this is usually why the matchup's so bad, because if they can stall and kill everything long enough, then you just don't have cards to beat the Paladin anymore.
So do you Whirlwind to protect your Crocon?
I think you do, and I think you even trade at this point and play the Harrison Jones as well. Okay, let's play Armor Smith.
Because you've seen the double Pyro, double Consecration, so...
But you haven't seen any equalities, so...
But finding that additional damage is going to be a little hard for the Paladin. Oh, Tyrion picked up, so maybe Harrison will have an influence, but with this Dex getting so low, Tacticals is going to win a fatigue game at this point.
Yep. I think it's so awkward because as Mr. Clowney, you're also, you know, you're not just fighting for the board, but you're also fighting against time because the moment they draw ends off, the game's over. And even here, drawing Tyrion, I think the game's practically over.
Put your faith in the light.
Even with the execute draw, which is probably his best way to deal with Tyrion, you can't even keep anything, right? Second Fierce Monkey.
You're going to lose your Armor Smith along with the Crocon, even if you got it. I think Mr. Kleiny's come to accept the defeat here. And Tacticals takes game number 1, guys. The back of his interesting Lazar Paladin. So the king of the smoke of this hasn't been able to keep up the pace. And he's going to be going down 1-0 already in this series. And Tacticals now has a Warrior and a Warlock remaining. Whereas Clowny, by the looks of it, has the lineup he used in the previous game, which was the Temple Warrior, Aggro, Shaman, and Zulok. So we'll have to see what he decides to queue in next.
Ooh, so looking at... So if I were Clowny and I see Tactical bringing the Paladin, then, again, I would ask the same question that we asked, where maybe he's just bringing an entire control lineup. So if he's bringing other control decks, maybe he might want to put his Temple Warrior aside for now and bring some more aggressive decks.
Yeah, I agree. Get your aggressive decks down, because if you get 2 fast wins off the back of 2 aggro decks, it's a very good way to kind of tilt your opponent, right? Because that's a good kind of mind game in itself. And to be honest, it's going to be harder for you to win the long game with a Warrior anyway. So I'd rather my opponent being a little bit psychologically unbalanced after getting smoked twice, and then try and find a win with the Temple Warrior, which is probably going to struggle the most.
It's pretty interesting. So he decides to queue his Warrior up again, which I actually think makes sense, because if you think that the Warlock might be Zoo, then the best deck against that is probably a Warrior.
I think it's Reno Jackson personally, but as you can see, Tacticals rocking that Control Warrior. And now see if Mr. Clowney can get onto board a little bit earlier and have a bigger influence.
Wonder how this matchup is. I haven't played it too much myself, but the version that I play of Temple Warrior is the one with Leroy in it instead of Varian, so I have a bit more reach.
Oh, so, the George Seed variation from the previous.
Yeah, I think it's very similar to George C's version, but I'm also running an Arcanite Reaper since I don't have a Karen Bloodhoof.
Oh no, free to play.
Yeah, I'm free to play on EU. So, so do you think we're gonna see just a Doomsayer here? Yeah, I think it's worth it. Just
slows him down so much. I mean, are you gonna invest resources into killing this to save an Armorsmith? Probably not. But then next turn. It just gives Tactical time to draw maybe another card, armor up, and then you can react to the turn 4 play.
I actually don't like this move from Mr. Clowning, because I think that once you see Doomsayer, you know it's some sort of control deck. So I don't like armoring up here because you're never going to be able to damage your face for the Battle Rage.
That is a good point. That was a kind of a tactic used by old Patron players where they just didn't armor up because they want the Battle Rage activator. I guess on the flip side, though, Clowny doesn't have a Battle Rage right now, so maybe he's just thinking, well, if I can squeeze in some additional armor in case this goes to fatigue, that could be another kind of thought process that's in his mind right now.
I think
Bash, right? Weapon bash.
I guess he's attacking Bash.
I mean, that's what you want to do as a control warrior. Just control the board. You play something, you remove it. You play something, you remove it, and you just keep doing it.
Yeah. The more times you armor up, the faster you win. Your Resident Sleeper.
At least it's not a control mirror.
Yeah, that's true.
That's Resident Sleeper. That is, let's take a nap for a while and let us know when they've got to fatigue.
So, you know, before you were talking about running maybe Silence, right, in Warrior, just because of this exact scenario, right? The Sylvanas. Oh, how do you beat the Sylvanas? It's so insane.
You just run Kain into it, armor up and pass, and let Sylvanas kill herself.
That is so ridiculous.
To be fair, like, Mr. Clowney in this one series has been put in the exact same situation twice with 2 different decks. It's not looking good for him, is it?
No, not really.
It's just so mean. Sylvanas is just ruining his day. I can imagine he's got like a Sylvanas pop cap on his desk, and after the series he just hurls it against the wall as it shatters into pieces. Like,
I mean,
Sylvanas.
she is the Banshee Queen, right? And she's undead, so.
Well, she's not being very nice at the moment. Tacticals is definitely getting a lot of mileage out of Sylvanas in this series so far. Let's see what he's gonna do. Maybe he's gonna go for a 50-50.
Okay, I like this. I think. Probably even go for more than a 50-50. I think I would just play some more minions too.
Yeah, I don't mind that either. Like the monkey as well. Pays off as well. Gets the slime instead of King, and monkey comes down, which is going to protect him from the Fire War Axe.
That was an error. Oh, so he didn't armor up. Oh my gosh. So maybe he was just roping to pretend that he doesn't armor up. But you know, the problem is that usually you don't armor up just because because you don't want to give away the information that you have battle rages in your deck, right? That you're like a more tempo warrior rather than maybe a control warrior where you actually care about the damage face. But Technicals just saw Mr. Clowney play this deck, so I don't think that it was really relevant to armor up on turn 2. So kind of going back to that.
Well, he could be saying to could be saying to Tacticals he does have Battle Rage in his hand, and that's why he didn't. It's like a mini bluff, but I think realistically, it's probably a little bit of a misplay.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting because there are multiple ways that you can win as the control warrior player in this matchup. So there's some players that wouldn't even attack to remove the armor in a situation, because say if they have a weapon and they attack a minion, then it if they attack the 2/1, then it won't damage the face.
The way the Temple Warrior is probably going to win this matchup is by outdrawing you in the mid game, so you can't react to everything they're playing. That's the best plan, really. You just want to be able to snowball really hard between turn 4 and 10, and then run the Control Warrior out of resources. But Gorehal, it gets picked up. No Harrison in sight from Mr. Clowney. And this
quite interesting that he kind of just auto Gorehal when he saw the Harrison from the last game.
Well, I guess you can try and bait it out with Fire Orax, but if you're playing against Control Warrior, I think Mr. Clowney is going to be smart enough to know there's probably going to be Gorehal. It's usually an auto include in Control Warrior.
Yeah, that's true. Fair enough.
Just gets so much value these days.
Yeah. Just because, you know, you don't have Death Spite and stuff like that, so you need to actually have an extra weapon in there. And maybe these Control Warriors don't really want to run Malkorok because the body's not as important as maybe in Temple Warrior.
To be fair, though, in Control Warrior, you want consistency over kind of a random effect where you might get a good weapon or not. If I'm a Control Warrior, I want to know that Gorhal's gonna come and it's gonna clear something, rather than I play Malkorok and I might not control the board.
True. So the thing about the Control Warrior is that you have very limited, that you kind of have limited removal. So whenever you're playing against Control Warrior, you always want to count how many brawls they use, how many executes, how many shield slams, how many bashes. And you know, even though I said it's limited, that's actually quite a lot of removal. Yeah, and even the Gorehal. But interesting play here. I don't think it's really worth enraging it. Do you? Because you've seen the Sylvanas go. You're not worried about that.
I guess he's trying to get as much premium removal out of his hand, so when he eventually plays Varian might stick to the board.
So interesting.
Because now, do you play Varian now into Brawl? Probably not. I think the Blood Tooth makes things a lot awkward, but what do you think? See, like here, like you could go for Crocon into Frovin, weapon it, execute it, and then you have a threatening Crocon. So this plays right into Brawl.
Yeah, but then I guess in a way you can think that the next one refills after a Brawl as well, right? Okay, well he drew all spells except for he drew a Whirlwind, an Execute, and a Ravaging Ghoul.
So Slam could start things off on the Varian if you want to try and dig. I think Shield Block's better in this situation because you don't have to invest any damage into anything at this point. I mean, Slam could even be used on Bloodhoof to clear the 7/7.
Yeah, you also have double Shield Slam in the deck left, also an Execute, so it seems like it's worth going for it. You have 3 draws in the deck here. If you don't draw it, then I guess you can play the Brawl, or even then play just Doomsayer.
Ooh, Revenge.
Okay, so it is active, so he could Revenge. And I think you just use your face, honestly, because you've seen Grommash go.
You've seen Rag go as well.
Yeah, I've seen Rag go, so you're feeling pretty okay with just spending some life to gain a minion on board.
Yeah, Tacticals is going to go for that, so nice play from him. He's aware that the burst potential of the warrior has been reduced, and now he gets to start doing some damage of his own. First hit of the game, turn 12.
It's pretty, in a way, Tactical would have liked to have Justicar a bit earlier, just because of all the hero power he's doing. He would have probably gained at least another 6 armor already. But yeah, the Temple Warrior, because you know Tacticals is actually running out of steam.
This is what Temple Warrior does best in this matchup. It just makes Control Warrior run out of options. The card draw from the Battle Rage and the Varian in this point in the game does matter, and it's just down to can the Control Warrior sustain. This is quite a good play to get back in the game. He gets the armor up, he gets to remove the weapon. Oh, Harrison a little late.
Still pretty good though. Still pretty good, I guess. Just killing a 2-1 weapon. I think it's still worth it because your other options are pretty bad, aren't they?
I think you can go for Harrison, Whirlwind, execute that Harrison, Battle Rage.
Oh wow, okay, yeah, I like that play actually. I like that play, yeah.
You get 3 draws, you still have another execute to clear out another threat. Because you're going to want to win the game in 2 to 3 turns now. You haven't got time anymore, you've used a lot of your threats.
Yeah, you don't really care about fatigue. I see a lot of players when they're playing as a Temple Warrior be scared of fatigue, but it's kind of weird because the Control Warrior has inevitability, so you need to go, you know, like you need to go right now.
The hint is in the name, guys. Tempo Warrior.
Yeah.
If you're not playing for tempo, you're probably not playing right. And then Malkrop picked up one of the other premium threats of the Tempo Warrior, so now he has a 5/3 on board, and then he gets to play a 6/5, get the weapon as well. Second execute waiting to deal with someone like a Bloodhoof Brave, which will keep him around.
Oh, wow, okay. Slam is not really that good here. He doesn't really do much, unless he picks up a Ravaging Ghoul, okay.
Or a Fiery Warax.
This is pretty awkward for Tactical.
I quite like Warax, the 5/1, armor up, and then Doomsayer.
So then he'll be at 4 HP, right? So then he'll die to the second lead.
So I guess if you do go with the 5 Warax, you're gonna have to
Bloodhoof Brave.
To Bloodhoof.
That's pretty bad for Tactical.
I think Malkrok could have a major influence on that game now. If he gets a good weapon, he can maybe clear out the Bloodhoof. It very much depends if the Harrison gets taken out. Because if he picks up a Blood, for example, he can maybe even just execute the Bloodhoof and then push with Harrison and the weapon. But Harrison does get cleared up, taking Tacticals down to 4 health, so close to dying here.
Fierce Monkey, pretty low impact at this point in the game.
I think it's good old Malky time. See what?
I think it's time. Oh yeah, so he's gonna have Bloodhoof Brave. That's quite interesting. It's quite interesting.
Playing into the Brawl.
Yeah, he's playing into Brawl. So he hasn't seen a Brawl yet, right? So Justicar. That is really good. That is really good.
But do you Brawl instead?
Brawl? Okay, if anything but your minion. So if anything but your Acolyte, anything but the Acolyte or your minion survives, is pretty well. It's practically game over, right? With Malkorok, it's practically game over.
I think you have to clear the Fierce Monkey with the weapon and the blood hoof, and then Justica, and do the armor up Justica shenanigans.
Yeah, I think that. Oh wow. Okay, so he's taking 50-50 to win the game here, or 50-50 to stay in the game. Ah. So that's okay. So if Malkorok doesn't find a
Cursed Blade.
Cursed Blade, Light's Justice, Stormforge Axe, Argent Lance, Perdition's Blade, there are a lot of 2 damage weapons. In 1 damage weapons, there's like Sword of Justice, Light's Champion.
And it's a 5-2. Gladiator Lombo's gonna close out this game, tying up the series 1-1. So Malkorok having the impact that I thought it would on this game. On the flip side though, he still had Slam Execute to deal with Doomsayer, and essentially the Warriors cup deck in. So one apiece. I was surprised that Tempo Warrior kept up, but it took. He just played around the brawl all game, really, didn't he?
Yeah, so far this is the best series we've had, and it's only been 2 games. It's only 1-1 now.
It's been pretty tense. So now all the aggro decks come out to face off against the control. So I have to see if Kleiny has the pace to keep up with a traditional control warrior. We didn't see any Cafoon, didn't see any N'Zoth dragons. It just looks kind of like good old-fashioned control warrior, and I think that will do a lot better against Zoo if it's running the double brawl. It's running Baron, I think, as well.
Probably.
If it's traditional control warrior, they tend to run Baron, and there's some pretty decent targets in the game for Baron to take advantage of. But Shaman gonna come down, and a switch up from tacticals.
So let's see what.
It's Zoo. Double.
Wow, so interesting. Okay.
That's a surprise. I was expecting Reno just because of how
The control lineup, right?
yeah, just how many control decks he was running. But maybe he just wanted to change kind of the pace of a game at will, and packing a Zoolock is definitely a way to do that.
Yeah. So traditionally, this matchup is extremely good for the Zoo player, and so pretty much what the Shaman needs to do to get an advantage in this matchup is to tech the Lightning Storm, but we're not sure if Mr. Clowney has a Lightning Storm. I don't quite remember.
I don't think we saw one, but after seeing Argent Horse Riders, it's like I said, it is a tech choice, so
Yeah.
it's not ran in kind of the conventional list. So we'll have to see if he does have it, and if he does, like you said, it will have a major impact on this game. Speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil every time.
Don't
Okay,
worry,
so
love.
so what do you do you hit anything with the Argent Horse Rider here, or do you just Totem Golem go face? Or do you Lightning Bolts?
I think you Lightning Bolt, and then you play Totem Golem next turn.
Yeah, it is more mana efficient, right? Because if you Totem Golem this turn, the next turn you're Lightning Bolting.
And then you... Yeah, I think if you Totem Golem this turn, Imp and the 1/1 clear it. And you don't really want that, and that's not including any influence from the buff cards.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Power
Overwhelming, yeah.
Direwolf Alpha, for example. But Mr. Kleiny doesn't agree. It's time to smoke.
Okay. We know how much he loves smorking, but he's gonna get a bit punished here.
Well, this is what we were talking about. Lightning Bolt is a little bit better because it protects your Totem Golem, but it seems like Mr. Kleiny wasn't that invested in the Totem Golem overall. I think you can just push damage here. I don't feel you need to just bounce the shields off, because
Yeah.
Mr. Kleiny's in a situation now where he's going to have to start trading.
Pretty good draw.
It's
Pretty much the best draw in his deck, I think.
Now he's trying to decide to clear the shield.
I think he still just go face. Okay, so he wants to, does he actually want to hit it now? So maybe he's thinking, well, because the thing is, usually you would hit if you're afraid of Defender of Argus, but it's not Defender of Argus turn yet. I think it's okay to go face.
Yeah, I think, thinking about it then, going face plays more to your game plan anyway. You're going to want tactical to do all the trading, from playing aggressive. But yeah, keeping that Divine Shield, like if you knock the Divine Shields off, then the 1/1 just goes into your 1/1 and then you lose damage.
Man, Imp King Boss is one of the most annoying cards for probably most classes to deal with. Just
Yeah, I think like there's only a handful of decks that can deal with it efficiently. Flame Strike deals with it efficiently, and look how common that is. So I like the little hit on the Trog here, very preemptive, just setting it up for that Imp Gang boss.
it's quite interesting because if now the Trog goes into the 1/1, it gets kind of awkward for you as the Zoo player. But okay, just choose push 2 to the face.
And the Healer Totem takes him out of range, unless you draw Abusive Sergeant.
Sure, yeah, seems pretty good. Do we ritual here, or do we just tap and play a 1?
I think Abusive Ritual's nice.
Just like get on the board really fast.
I mean, I don't think there's been an indication this is aggro yet, but as we know, he is playing aggro, so Lightning Storm's probably not going to be a huge impact. Whereas Forbidden Ritual this turn sets up very nicely for Gormok and Argus draw as well.
Yeah, that's true.
I like it. So look at this board now. It's got a lot of minions down. Sets up for all kinds of draws coming off the top, but he also has 2 1-drops to go with it if he needs to start clearing, and he has what he draws and what he taps. So I think it sets tacticals up for a very nice board situation.
And this is why Warlock or Zoo is so annoying to deal with, because they're constantly flooding, just natural flood, and then you have this new card, Forbidden Ritual, that floods. You have Imp Gang Boss that makes 1/1s. It's just a nightmare to deal with.
And we're lucky they haven't got Haunted Creeper anymore.
Yeah.
And Nerubian Eggs. A very totem-based play coming from Kleiny at the moment. Going to be able to set up that Fiend from below very soon. Dark Peddler ripped off the top. That's a pretty good draw, I think, because it opens up some clearing options if you get some good draws like Abusive Sergeant, Power Overwhelming,
Mortal Coil even.
Mortal Coil as well. So there's a lot of good Warlock answers that can come from the Peddler. Soulfire's not too bad as well.
Yep, since you're dumping your hand anyways, right?
Yeah, you get to dump all your 1-drops and then bam, Soulfire, the 5/2, and then you can just clear out the totems for free with the rest of your minions and not take any damage on your board yourself.
Exactly.
That was a perfect draw.
Yeah, there was also some. Yeah, it's the best. I would say that there's some argument for the Voodoo Doctor, but your board's already full, so there's no point actually healing up and making more imps off of the Imp Game boss.
It was actually I think that was the best draw from the Peddler, thinking about it, because any Abusive Sergeant or Power Overwhelming would require you to potentially use a minion, and then might die. In this situation, he lost nothing at all.
Lost nothing but his dignity, right?
Nothing but his dignity. But now Mr. Kleiny's going to have to find a way to win, I guess. I mean, you can't really just answer the board anymore. The board has got to a point where you're never going to win on board against Zulok. You just need to push damage. So do you just go for double horse ride? Double horse ride's so weak, though.
It is weak, but then you get to hit into the Imp Gang boss if you want, and then it prevents a 1/1, and then you hit into the Flame Imp, but then you instantly lose the board again, right? But if you don't do that, then your thing from below will just get eaten by the Imp Gang boss, or sorry, by the Flame Imp anyways.
Ooh, I don't like the trades here.
Yeah, it might be better just to go face, but I don't think there's actually a winning play for Mr. Clowney here.
I think Mr. Kleiny's winning line is to hope he draws Doomhammer.
Okay.
And the only game plan that supports that is going face.
Yeah. That's actually very good. That's a very good point. So just draw Doomhammer. So hope to draw the Doomhammer. Hope that they don't draw Defender Vargas or any Void.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's playing not to lose at the moment. He's not playing to win. And a lot of, I think aggro fundamentally is a deck that plays to win most of the time.
Yeah.
Because you're never gonna win. You're never gonna win the board back, and fighting for the board is just counterproductive. You want to win through face damage. Even a faceless now, you drop a 7/7 with a 5/5. The Zoo just answers the board and refills the board again.
Yep.
It was a very important tactic with Mech Mage back in the day. Mech Mage versus Zulok was generally a bad matchup for the Mech Mage, but the way the Mech Mage could win was at a point in the game, usually around turn 4 after a Goblin Blast Mage, you just go face. And you just hope you draw those fireballs and frostballs.
Yeah. Oh man, interesting. So okay, so I guess he's just gonna play. Well, I mean, can he even realistically play Lava Burst? Not after Hero Powering, I think. I think if you were gonna play Flame Wreath, Lava Bursts. Yeah. Well, I think if you were gonna Lava Burst, then you would Lava Burst Flame Wreath, right? So.
So just trying to get some power on board. Grace Alchemist, a little tech there for the Doomsayers, but we're not going to see any Doomsayers come from Mr. Kleiny. He's playing the complete opposite. He's going to kill a tome with it, though. Go on, Grace Alchemist. What a lad.
Yeah. So there was an argument there to actually not play the Grace Alchemist and just play the Doomguard then tap for something else. But I think that that a 2/2 is pretty good already. Just take it.
And here we go. So this big power board developed by Mr. Kleiny is answered. Lost the board once again. And now he has all burst in his hand. So if he had pushed 4 damage with the Horse Rider,
he'd be much closer to winning.
He would. I mean, he's got... No, you can't keep doing this. Yeah. What are you doing to this to yourself, Kleiny? Not how you win.
I think you're right, because even then on board he's on about a 3-turn clock, and so he can hope to draw Doomhammer and then hope to draw into another burn or a Rockbiter to finish the game.
Put this apple on your head.
Yeah, but this will be pretty much the end unless there's an Elemental Destruction, a Lightning Storm for Mr. Kleiny, which we haven't seen earlier.
I know I keep going on about it, but if you push that damage to face with the Argent Horse Riders and he didn't use the Lightning Bolt on the Doom Guards, if he had drawn another Lava Burst, he would have won.
Yeah, that's true.
If he'd drawn a Lava Shock, it wouldn't have been enough. If he'd drawn a Lightning Bolt and rolled a Spell Power Tome, which he did just do, he'd win. So this is how you play in this situation, in these bad matchups. You play to win. There's no point trying to grind out a game on board against one of the probably the best board-based deck in the entire game's history. This deck is traditionally and always, and still exists even now after 2 years, as a deck you just can't beat off board in this style of matchup.
Yeah, so this game's practically over, I think. So yeah, okay, I think that should be over unless there's an Elemental Destruction. So I expect Tactical to tap here, also to play around Elemental Destruction.
My shield for Argon.
Nah, he's just going face. And there's a concede coming out from Mr. Kleiny. 2-1 lead for Tactical. Back to that Zoolock. And now he just has the Control Warrior remaining. So it's now going to be Aggro Shaman and Zoolock going up against good old-fashioned Control Warrior.
So, Aquablood, so what do you think Kleiny should queue in first into the Warrior? The Warlock or the Shaman?
I think you queue in the Shaman for a quick win.
Okay.
And if you get the quick win, you can maybe ride off the back of that momentum to get another to finish the series off. And it looks like he has gone for that. And yeah, I agree with this. I mean, some people could say ultimately it doesn't matter, but from a psychological standpoint, if you get a fast bursty win with an aggro deck in your fourth game, there is potential to make psychological upsets in your opponent, right? Because then the pressure's even on them even more to win, because they haven't got 2 games to win him, but they've got 1.
So it looked like Tactical kept only the Doomsayer. He was looking for bashes, also Bloodhoof Brave, and I think specifically he's looking for Harrison Jones. And pretty interesting, Mr. Kleiny keeps his entire hand, and I actually like this. I like this.
Keep the Doomhammer, just try and get that win. You can't play around Harrison Jones with this deck. You just can't. You're gonna Doomhammer is part of your win condition. If they have Harry, they have Harry. You know, it's...
You know, usually in this matchup, you actually need both Doomhammers to deal enough damage to the Control Warrior, just because they have double shield block. They have a Justicar and taunts and just double bash, hero power.
And Doomsayer's already gonna slow things down. Gonna allow Tacticals to set up an Acolyte of Pain next turn as well. And you know, some people may think that Doomsayer in a 1/1 is ridiculous, but it isn't. It just slows down these decks so much because they can't play anything.
It's so good.
It is a crazy card. It's surprising how powerful it's become since all the nerfs and changes to the format.
Yeah, since all of the death rattles kind of moved out of the format, it just, and also the nerf to silence as well. It is so good, so good. And as you see people just jamming into every deck, you know, just
Even
I've seen people,
Hunters playing it.
even Hunters play, even Tempo May just play Doomsayer. Like, what's going on?
What happened to this world? A place we used to know and love and be familiar with, and then Doomsayer comes along and he's running Hunter, and he's like, mid-range Hunter? Are you sure it's not Control Hunter?
Don't worry,
Yeah.
loves. The
Okay, so
cavalry
Horse Rider, he's gonna coin the abusive. You can't really let the warrior draw too many cards.
Get in there and
Well, the
fight,
way he
maggot.
won the previous matchup against Control Warrior was just outdrawing him
Yep.
and outvaluing him in card draw, and he didn't have the resources to keep fighting. Second Doomsayer draw.
What do you think about this? Do you think it's worth a revenge? Just armor up here, or
I think you either go for Revenge Armor Up or you go for Doomsayer and allow them to invest damage into Doomsayer and then just Revenge
revenge
what?
after?
Yeah, I actually prefer Armor Up Doomsayer.
Yeah, I think
Maybe.
I agree with you. Just because revenge is pretty premium, like a whirlwind, and then also it scales pretty well if you get below 12 HP.
If you play Doomsayer now and then they can't play Flame Faceless, they have to play, say, Flame Tongue with
Yep.
maybe something else. That way, they clear the Doomsayer, but then next turn you get Bash Revenge to deal with whatever board they build to take out the
Yeah,
Doomsayer.
or even slam revenge, right? Like if you can slam revenge, flame wreath, or flame tongue totems. It's pretty good. But this guarantees the prevention of a flame wreath faceless, I guess.
So this guy, Big Baron Geddon, is excellent against Shaman. It's probably one of Shaman's worst nightmares. Especially against the mid-range Shaman, which relies on totem generation so much. So I'm curious to see how much impact Baron's going to have against an aggro Shaman in comparison.
Ooh, that's pretty good. I mean, it does line up with the lava burst, but can you really afford to lava burst this turn and just overload and only have 4 mana next turn?
So no Doomhammer setup, so you're allowing tacticals more time to draw into a Harrison Jones.
Yep.
You miss out on a bit of damage. You have to clear the Bloodhoof. A double shield block builds up 10 armor, draws 2 cards.
Okay, Grom will be good at 1 point. So I guess you just hero power and thing from below. Seems like your best play.
Yeah, I can't see much more. Unless you want to play maybe a little bit more aggressive and go for
Like
the flame Juggler into the Flame Tongue. And you push
Yeah.
free damage this way.
That's true too. Yeah, it's not bad either.
I wonder.
I think in this matchup you really get a lot of value just with your hero power, right? Because in other matchups, your hero power, you know, people joke often that Shaman doesn't have a hero power. But in this matchup, the totems are extremely good, especially Flame Tongue totem in your deck. So yeah, I like this. I like this.
Is this Baron time? I
it's
think
Baron
so.
time.
It's Baron O'Clock, and everyone's gonna burn. Flame Tongue Totem made of fire, so it's a little bit more resilient to
Yep.
old Baron.
Obviously, yeah.
It's a bit of Warcraft logic there. Fire resistance, of course. I'm made of fire.
Oh, such a huge 50-50. If it hits, then he can use Ardent Horse Rider just to clear the Baron Geddon.
And you
Oh,
pretty much
wow.
have to go for it, I think. You
Yeah,
cannot
and
leave this guy up.
Do you play into the brawl here? You can also hero power and thing from below.
Don't worry, loves. The cavalry's here.
If he does go for hero power thing from below, he is going to be rewarded for taking a kind of a high risk, high reward play, because this is a very hard board for tacticals to deal without a brawl. But you are playing against control warriors, so
I think I would just pass here. Yeah, I think it's too risky. It's just way too risky. Because maybe next turn you can hero power, Doomhammer, and play thing from below if they choose to AoE this board.
So Fiery War Axe, the Totem, Bash, the 2/3. That will give you 3 more mana to play with. Could even slam the 2/1. Actually, I prefer this.
Yeah, I like this. It's really hard to play Justicar, to find a turn to play Justicar.
So if he invests damage into clearing the Justicar, she kind of armor ups for you in a way.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you start tanking up from each turn onwards, and every time Tacticals can squeeze in a hero power from now on, it's going to push Clowny further and further away from winning this game.
It's so crazy, right? Because every single time the warrior hero powers, it says pretty much counter the next lava burst. Because, you know, lava burst is 5
2
damage.
Doomhammer hits.
Yeah, 2 Doomhammer hits. It's insane. I think Justicar in warrior is just one of the most broken things. It feels like a class card to me, you know, Justicar.
It doesn't have the same impact in other decks, for sure. But now, do you invest in clear in this? I think you kind of have to now you've drawn Mana Tide, because Mana Tide is going to be able to keep you in the game a lot longer.
That's true.
You could... No, Doomhammer. See, I would have thought Doomhammer, Argent Horse Rider, you tank 6, but what do you care?
I think so too. Oh, that's quite interesting.
See, now Mr. Clowny is not being mana efficient,
Yep.
which is a little troublesome, I believe.
So I think he might be doing what I was suggesting earlier to play around Harrison Jones. Maybe he's wanting to get like at least one hit in with Rockbite or Doomhammer before he gets Harrison Jones. But I think I agree more with your logic that you can't really play around Harrison Jones, right? It's just one card, and the longer you wait, the more likely they'll have it.
Well, if you consider that 4 hero powers from this warrior now tanks a Doomhammer.
Yep.
And we're in a situation now where the warrior is not under tremendous amounts of pressure, and he's going to be able to hero power every turn.
Yep. So yeah, Mr. Clowny's playing like he has inevitability, but he doesn't, right? He's pretty much running out of time because Justicar, yeah, as you said, Justicar hero power is going to take over this game.
So it looks like Mr. Clowny has just decided at this point,
He's
let's
over.
go all in.
He's done with it. Not even hero power this turn. Just play double totem golem.
Brawl at the top. No brawl. Still a few answers though. Can shield slam the 7/7. Grom can deal with the 5/3. Still pretty. No, can even just bash and maybe use another shield slam. Can even armor up or play Elise.
I think at this point you probably just play Elise.
I don't know if you need to use the shield slam. I don't feel you need to. I think you can just Elise armor up. You're still sitting up over 40 health.
Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah, that's true. Maybe save the next shield slam for the next thing from below or the next flame wreath faceless.
Because once you deal with the next faceless or thing from below, what real threats are coming out from an aggro shaman? There's no Valiance. It's like Thunderbluff Valiance.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, so now maybe it's time to invest the Doomhammer. It is. You've got nothing else to play.
Yeah, you've got nothing else to play. I guess I'll just play into Harrison Jones now. But yeah, I think you also have to invest the rock bottom weapon and just take one hit to the Elise because it represents more damage over time by protecting your Tuskar Totemic.
Yeah, you get 6 damage from investing into Elise. Sorry. Oh wow!
Wow, I don't really.
See,
maybe...
now this play doesn't make any sense if he was playing around Harrison.
Yeah. So I guess he's not playing around Harrison actually. So he's just trying to play a value game. I don't think it's gonna work.
He missed out on, well, all his Doomhammer swings. Because he could have played Doomhammer on 5.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think that Mr. Clowny actually has a way to win this game now. Just because at some point the warrior is gonna draw Brawl, and then the shaman won't have a board anymore, and then they won't have enough damage in their deck to deal with all the armor.
And that's not including the warrior's threats. Like
Exactly.
Grom, he's used Baron, which is one of them, which is a reactive card. Grom's role these days is mainly as a reactive card anyway, just clearing stuff on board. But now I think that Tacticals is in a situation where Golden Monkey is going to have a huge influence.
Yeah.
Brawl picked up off the top there, so
Guess
he
just-
doesn't even need to use it.
I think
just
you
Bloodhoof.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I agree. Because Brawl might even be worse than Bloodhoof, right? Because So you actually, because your Brawl is the best minion on the board, or sorry, your Grom is the best minion on the board.
He doesn't have an answer to Grom right now. You can protect him with the taunt, and then if he does invest something like a Lava Burst or a Lightning Bolt into Grom, you're just like, wow, that's not going to my face.
Yep,
And
exactly.
and next time you build up a big board, Brawl it, reset the situation.
Yeah. The only thing I can actually see winning Mr. Clowny this game is if for some reason he has maybe double Bloodlust Technicus, aggro, Shaman deck.
And he draws them both and manages to use them both at the same time on a board this big. That's a bit of a withdraw.
Yeah, I think you Brawl now, right?
No, I wouldn't brawl.
Okay, so
yeah. How much damage does he have? 3, 6, 10.
Not a lot, huh? That's a pretty reasonable draw from Mr. Clowny.
So now he rolls not another Taunt Tome, so now Grom is a little bit of a problem. Invests the Lightning Bolt and a Doomhammer hit, so Grom does deal his 10 damage, soaks up 6 damage from the Shaman. And this is a Brawl turn.
I think so, because you're pretty much out of threats. And does he play Thing from Below? I think you have to, because you're not dealing enough damage to the hero power.
I think Mr. Clowny is beyond the point where he can play around anything.
Yeah.
He's close his eyes and play cards.
Do you hit face with the Fire War Axe here, just opening yourself up for like maybe Core Howl down the line to just win you the game?
Yeah, I think so. That's a pretty good suggestion, because 2 swings from the Fire War Axe wins you the game off the back of Gore Howl. It also has the potential to win you the game off the back of Rag as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Second Doomhammer pick. If anything was going to bring Clowny back, it was going to be the second Doomhammer being drawn. But he doesn't do more damage than hero power at this point.
No, yeah, it just equalizes out.
And if Harrison Jones is ever picked up, things are going to be very scary.
You know, maybe on ladder, Mr. Clowny could concede, but you know, this is the finals of a 128-man tournament. I think it's just correct to just play it out, and also you get more information. Well, no, you don't get more information, right? Because the winning deck, you won't see the winning deck again. But yeah, so I think you might as well just play it out.
Another 7/7 Ant comes down, but Answer's already in Tactical's hands. This Doomhammer not doing anything really.
Ooh.
Wow, so Sylvanas armor up?
I think it's pretty reasonable, unless you want to actually have the Sylvanas as a minion on board to actually just deal face damage. I think I like that a little bit better, right? Just revenge execute than Sylvanas.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Because you deal with the 7/7 with premium removal, which is a premium minion for an aggro shaman anyway. And like you said, you just have a 5/5 then, and then Mr. Clowny once again has to play reactive. And you never want to play reactive as aggro. And I think one of the major problems is Clowny has played too reactive in this game.
Yep.
He hasn't taken the risks that aggro decks need to take.
Exactly. And I think the problem here, if you don't execute the Flame Wreath, is if they totem up and then hit your Sylvanas and you steal a totem, the next turn you have to execute it anyways or tank it, so you're either taking 7 to 14 damage. And so his armor's up. That's quite interesting. I think I would have liked to see just the more aggressive line. Sylvanas is still 5/5, right?
Yeah, it's just a 5/5 body. A little bit more proactive then on board, and then you actually put a threat down that the shaman has to consider.
I'm not sure what exactly you're saving Sylvanas for. If you think that just the hero power is worth more than 5/5 body on board.
Ooh, Ravaging Ghoul. That's a great pickup there. Going to be able to answer 2 of the minions on board, and then I guess you do. I would play Sylvanas.
Yeah, I just want to see Sylvanas come down here because, I mean, you're at 20 life, right? They have no cards in hand. This is the last charge of their last Doomhammer. What are you really playing around, right? Even saving Sylvanas, even if you just Shield Slam, you can't armor up and Shield Slam Sylvanas. It just doesn't make sense.
Feral Spirit's gonna create some time for Clowny, but time is something he doesn't have, and he hasn't had for about 10 turns.
Yeah. Yeah, so looking back, we didn't agree with Clowny's kind of passive approach to his first Doomhammer. So he played minions instead of just Doomhammering on turn 5, was it? Or turn 6, maybe? Which kind of led him down a slower, more controlling path. But playing against Control Warrior, a deck with just card brawls and a bunch of high impact threats in it, you can't really win the game like that.
I think he's playing this more like mid-range Shaman.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe he's played a lot of mid-range Shaman since Old Gods, and now he's just switching back to aggro, but the fundamentals of mid-range Shaman are still kind of built into his muscle memory.
Yeah.
And that's a bit of a problem. Golden Monkey. So
seems good.
Might as well. 6/6 Taunt, gets the armor up. You can clear out the only 2 things that do damage to you on board. And then everything you draw is just going to be a high threat. So 6 cards of threats, potential threats come in the future.
At least Starseeker and the Golden Monkey, a card that's not seen as much play as it used to, just because, you know, Control Warrior is still popular, but not as popular as it used to be, and Control Priest, with at least not as popular as it used to be either.
I've even seen N'Zoth Control Paladins run Elise.
Oh,
the
really?
Super Greed Black Knight for the lethal?
Yeah,
who would have thought?
sick. Oh, man.
And Black Knight somehow finishes off this game, and Tacticals takes a 3-1 victory over Mr. Clowny, and he is your GosuCup champion for today. So big clowns to him.
Ah!
That was a long game. I think that I would have expected that to be a bit shorter if Clowny played more like an aggro player. I know that sounds a bit harsh, but he just kind of had the mindset more of a mid-range Shaman. And I don't know if that's just kind of like his muscle memory being a bit scrambled, or how he's treated Shaman over the past, and it's kind of hasn't made the transition to the aggro style. But the 2 games he played with Shaman were just too passive for my liking. Aggro is a high-risk, high-reward archetype in general, and you need to take calculated risks that are going to win you the game, and he never took them. He never took them.
You know, it's pretty interesting because I love it when our final match ends as the most exciting match. You know, even in the first 2 matches, it was going back and forth, 1-1, and super exciting. But yeah, I'm actually surprised that it wasn't a bit closer. You know, maybe it was a bit unfortunate that Clowny queued his decks maybe a bit awkwardly versus Tactical. If he queued him maybe in a different order, then he could have had maybe some better matchups. But overall, I was pretty excited about that game.
I think Tacticals played exceptionally well.
Yeah.
I think ultimately it showed in the result as well. But yeah, that is going to be it for the GosuCup. Today we'll be returning on Wednesday, so be sure to sign up on gosugamers.net/Hearthstone if you want to get involved, or tune back into the channel. Follow us if you want to keep an eye on when we go live. But also be sure to check out our Twitters, as well as at GosuGamersHS, to find out more information about this cup, or keep you up to date on when it's running. So that's it from me and Desi for tonight. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we hope to see you all again on Wednesday. So have a great rest of your evening, and we'll see you soon.